Good? All right. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome Billy Lowe, lead pastor of the City Church, to lead us in tonight's invocation.
Thank you. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we're grateful to be in this city. God, we know that you are ultimately the sovereign governor of everything, so we submit our will to you, and we ask that you would bless, protect, and guide our city council, our mayor, every city official in this place, that we would have wisdom as we lead well. God, that we would lead under your hand. And Lord, that you would do incredible things. God, would you help us to always look to you for our discernment, wisdom, and recognition? God, would you help us to love you and serve this city in every way that you've called these people to do so? And Lord, I pray that you would bless us. As Jeremiah 29 says, that we would seek the welfare of the city that you have sent us. And in its welfare and its peace, God, that we would find our peace. So I pray for a peace over this city, over the city of Milton, that it would thrive in every way, that schools and businesses would thrive, and that education would be great here, God, that you would use every single person that serves in this place to glorify your name and to have flourishing that abounds. So Lord, we ask that humbly, that you would lead us, that you would use us, and that you would prosper this place. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, August 15th, 2022 to order. The city strongly recommends that you review tonight's agenda carefully, and if you wish to speak on any item on the agenda, then please bring your comment cards to the clerk as soon as possible. While the Milton rules allow a speaker to turn in their comment card up until the clerk calls the agenda item, once the agenda item is called, no more comment cards can be accepted. Will the city clerk please call the roll and make general announcements?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be happy to call roll for the August 15th, 2022 regular City Council meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to make a public comment, you are required to complete a yellow public comment card located on the table just as you walk inside chambers. Your comment card must be presented to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Any comment cards received after the item has been called will not be accepted. All speakers, please identify yourself by name, address, and organization before beginning your comment. If you are representing an organization, an affidavit is required stating you have the authority to speak on behalf of that organization. Please review tonight's agenda, and if you would like to make a comment, please bring your comment cards to me now. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited. Please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outburst, or dialogue with any person speaking. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Peyton Jamison.
Here.
Councilmember Andrea Veerhoff.
Here.
Councilmember Paul Moore.
Here.
Councilmember Juliet Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Carol Cookerly.
Here.
Councilmember Jan Jacobus.
Here.
And Councilmember Rick Morrig.
Here.
Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, council, if you'll bear with me, we need to approve the meeting agenda with multiple changes. We need to add under new business a resolution for a joint defense agreement that was just received today. This item needs to be voted on before the next scheduled regular meeting and therefore will need to be added to tonight's agenda. We need to add an executive session to discuss land acquisition, personnel, and potential litigation. We need to move new business items 12C and 12D to immediately follow the consent agenda. We need to reschedule reports and presentation item, Parks and Recreation update to a future regular meeting. And we need to postpone staff reports to the next regular city council meeting scheduled for September 7th. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the requested changes.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Cookerly to approve the meeting agenda with the recommended changes. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next is general comment. Do we have any general public comment?
We do, Mayor.
Okay. So the next item is general public comment. Public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and the city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Please remember, this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of the city council in conversation. When your name is called, please come forward and speak into the microphone stating your name and address for the record. You will have 5 minutes for remarks. The city encourages you to review the agenda, and if you wish to speak, to bring your comment cards to the city clerk right now. If you'll please call the first public comment.
Mayor, that first public speaker is Lucia Fraser. I invite you to the podium, please.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So I'm just here to talk about elections. I really want to emphasize the localized decision-making and control, how important it really is, bringing it back into the people's hands. The closer you put these operations to our hands, the better, because we are the stakeholders, and the outcome will be better because we'll work harder because we're directly impacted by it. So when Fulton County comes to you guys and says, whatever they come to you with, especially with elections, it'd be great if you guys share that with the public sooner so we can see all that. I started recently paying more attention to what they're doing about a year ago, and I realized I had screwed up by not paying attention before. And as a citizen, we should all pay attention, everybody. So what I learned is that their county operations, especially elections, the money they're spending this year is exponentially more than all previous years. And then for this season, they somehow decided they needed 36 early voting locations versus 28 in previous years. Totally unnecessary. Early voting is dead almost all the time. We've worked them, we've seen them. So you've got now an additional location here in Milton, which is nice. You've got the community center. We did ask that we didn't need it. Somebody mentioned, can we cost reduce and not use it? But they were just going to put it somewhere else. So that's silly. But what I'm really here to let you know is I really want you to pay attention to what they're doing and how much money they're spending. And I've been encouraging them with many ideas on how to cost reduce, but it would be great if it came from you all as well. So let's, push back on them a little bit and ask for cost reductions. That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you repeat your name and address for the
Oh,
record?
I'm sorry. Lucia Fraser, Roswell.
What's your address, full address?
485 Hardscrabble Road.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to next invite Jason Frazier to the podium, please.
Hello, my name is Jason Frazier. I reside at the same address, 485 Hardscrabble Road in Roswell. And so I won't touch on your Milton-specific taxes, but I will say that you definitely need to push back on Fulton County's overreach and raising your taxes, my taxes in Roswell, and everybody's taxes. After the 2020 election, I got very active in the elections. I worked at the Milton Library in early voting last year and started to learn the process and kind of do my civic duty to try to help out. Kind of got a feel of how Milton operates. And then I started diving into the data in the elections process. I looked at the risk limiting audit, which I'm sure a lot of you heard about after 2020. And the Milton Library down the street here, they counted all the votes there in 4 buckets. And you can find this right on the Secretary of State's website. There were 3 buckets. There were 66% Trump, 34% Biden. The 4th bucket was 3% Trump and 97% Biden. And again, this is directly off Secretary of State's website. And that was enough to flip the Milton Library to being 52% for Biden, which I thought was kind of a head scratcher, being that I had worked there and I'm very familiar with the community. So then I started diving into the voter rolls, being that SB 202 allows people to make citizens to make voter challenges. So I started going in there, and I have now submitted 17,000 voter challenges in Fulton County. 13,000 of those are people that were registered 2, 3, 4, and 5 times. Some of them, yes, have voted more than once in multiple elections. The bulk of them only voted once, but still, why are we paying? We pay for everyone on the rolls, whether they're on there once or twice or 5 times. So again, Fulton County is just throwing your money down the toilet, okay? So then I started diving a little deeper. And I found 9 people who are missing either the first name or their last name, or 2 of them were missing both. There's literally a guy in the rolls, which now I've gotten them out, I hope. I challenged them. Their name was missing. And they voted the last time in January 5th of 2021. You can look on the voter rolls. His name is missing, and they let him vote. I also turned in 2,012 people at Missing Address Street. We're paying for people at Missing Address Street. How about that? I also turned in 482 people who did not have a date of birth. I don't know if they're 50 years old or 12 years old. The funny thing is, neither do they. 87 of those people voted too. How are they letting them vote without a date of birth? That doesn't seem right to me. I turned in 1,046 people at business addresses. Now that one might seem okay unless you really think deeply into it. We had some very tight elections. If I have a buddy that's running, I could have all my friends go to the local UPS store and be in that precinct. And that's why it's important not to be at business addresses. So I challenged every one of those and got every one of those to update their address. Again, that process is written in the code that you're not supposed to be registered a business address, but Fulton County does not care. They're in charge of your voter rolls. You guys really need to start looking at running your own elections and managing your own voter rolls, putting somebody that looks at that. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Unfortunately, I'm probably the expert on voter rolls in this area just because I've seen enough to be very passionate to try to clean this mess up. So I also accidentally stumbled across a street in downtown Atlanta called Lee Street Southwest that had 54 issues. Funny thing about that was the bulk of these issues were for imaginary addresses. I went in Google Maps, I looked at tax records, there were no houses. It wasn't even empty lots. Literally, there was no residence, no sign of a residence for the bulk of these. You put it on Google Maps, and Google Maps picked a spot that was under the Highway 20 bridge. There is no address there. Sorry, guys. I found lots of abandoned buildings, torn down buildings, and then I started getting creative and looked at, okay, they built a nice park in Atlanta. I wonder how many people are registered to the park. Lo and behold, lots of people registered to the park. You're paying for every one of these people that don't exist, okay? Or you're paying for people that might be in the wrong precinct, which makes a bad vote for a small election and can really throw things off. So essentially what I'm saying is Fulton does not care about your elections. They have complained every time I've turned in a voter challenge, and the big chief down there that's in charge of the elections even went on the radio last week and complained and said how costly it is for these voter challenges. What I've said to her each and every time is if you do your job right, I don't have to come down here and challenge these people. Thus, you don't have to do the work to remove them, and we can all go on with our life. Every month I go in there and they add 50, 100, 500 more duplicates, people at business addresses, et cetera, et cetera. So please run your own elections and push back on Fulton County. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another public comment?
The last one was Matt Rowanchek.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Matt Rowanzak, and I live at 3001 Vickery Trace. And I wanted to talk to you today about this additional early voting expansion by Fulton County as well. This item should be brought before this board before the Board of Commissioners or the Board of Elections in Fulton County votes on it. Like it's been stated already, the spending problem is massive in Fulton County. I'd ask you to think of how much do you think Fulton County is projected to spend in 2022? Almost $50 million. It makes me angry just standing here. You know, we watch their meetings every week. You watch your tax dollars go down the drain. In Fulton County, they represent approximately 10% of the registered voters. So if you were to scale the Fulton County model across the state, we're talking about almost $500 million in 1 year of your money, of my money, of everybody in this room's money. And so next time Fulton County comes to you and says, we want to add additional early voting locations, maybe consult with some of your residents that have worked in these polls, because as it was referenced before too, there is hardly any traffic except for the last few days of early voting. So if there is going to be an additional location, what I would suggest you do to Fulton County is say, we want Milton residents to work in our polls. That seems very reasonable. Because in this primary, you got people from Alabama that were working in this city in the polls. So how do they get priority over Milton residents? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that all public comment?
That's all for the general public comment, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please say on the items?
Mayor, that first item is approval of the August 1st, 2022 regular city council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 22243. Item B is approval of the August 8th, 2022 work session meeting minutes. Agenda item number 22244. Item C is approval of the August 8th, 2022 special called city council meeting minutes. It's agenda item number 22245. Item D is approval of the financial statements and investment reports for period 9, June 2022. It's agenda item number 22246. Item E is approval of a right-of-way easement agreement and service agreement between the City of Milton and Sony EMC for the parking lot lights at Fire Station 42. It's agenda item number 22247. F is approval for a contract with Zoll Medical Corporation for the purchase of new cardiac monitors. It's agenda item number 22248. G is approval of a change order number 1 between the City of Milton and Cooper and Company General Contractors, Inc. for the inclusion of a metal roof to the construction services agreement of Milton Fire Station 42. It's agenda item number 22249. Item H is approval of an agreement between the City of Milton and Orkin and Associates, LLC, for a temporary license agreement of Lacoma Trace for Crabapple Festival. It's agenda item number 22250. I is approval of subdivision plats and revision. The first development is Reagan Ferguson property at 14420 Birmingham Highway. It's land lot 704, District 2, Section 2. It is a minor plat to subdivide the parcel into 3 tracts. Tracts range in size from 3.0 acres to 3.74 acres, with a total of 9.74 acres and a density of 0.31 lots per acre. The second development is AIJ Development LLC property at 13645 Arno Mill Road, land lot 872 and 929, District 2, Section 2, a minor plat to subdivide the parcels into 2 tracts. Tract 2A will contain 4.11 acres, and Tract 2B will contain 1.98 acres, a total of 6.09 acres, and the density of 0.32 lots per acre. It's agenda item number 22251. Mayor?
Thank you. Do I have any changes on the consent agenda?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove item G, agenda item 22249, and move it to new business, please.
Okay. We'll move it at the end of new business. Is that okay?
Mhm.
Okay. So I have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Morg to approve the consent agenda with the changing of moving 22-249 to the end of new business. Any discussion on the motion? Okay.
Mayor Moore, the second was from
Yep.
Councilmember Moore. Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, well, we will move on to the new business items moved up during approval of the meeting agenda. Will the city clerk please say on the items?
That first moved up item, Mayor, is consideration of a resolution appointing the City of Milton representative to the North Fulton Community Improvement District Board. It's agenda item number 22254. And Mayor, we do have one public comment.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and just call that public comment.
I'd like to call Mr. Brandon Beach to the podium, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brandon Beach, 3100 Briarfield, Alpharetta, 3004. I'm here tonight as Executive Director of the North Fulton CID. As you know, the CID is in 3 municipalities. It's a commercial tax district that does not tax citizens, just commercial tax base. And we build infrastructure and roads and bridges and do landscaping for the interchanges on 400. So we're all about infrastructure investment. And each city, each municipality gets a board member on our board, on our 10-member board. So we had John Bell representing you guys. He's retiring and is asked to be off the board. So we have to have a commercial property owner within the district, and representing that commercial property owner will be Bernie Tokar. So I would ask for your consideration and recommendation to have Bernie Tokars as our new board member, replacing John Bell. Bernie grew up here, went to Milton High School, understands the needs of Milton, and I would say he's a Milton guy. So he would be a great representative to represent the city of Milton. So with that, I'll open it up for questions and ask Bernie to come up and just introduce himself.
100%. Bernie Tokars, this is a beautiful city hall. I haven't been to a council meeting since you guys were over on Deerfield Parkway, but I was actually at the first council meeting that Milton ever had in the auditorium at Milton High School. But real happy to be here and look forward, if you have your consent, to serving the citizens of Milton and the government of Milton on the CID board.
Thank you. Any questions for Brandon or Bernie? I know we appreciate Mr. Bell's service over the last numerous years.
He's done a great job for us. So thank you
So,
very much.
Absolutely. I'll open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve Bernie Tokars for the board member representing Milton in North Fulton Community CID.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Cookerly to approve agenda item 22-254. All in favor or any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Yep, good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order very quickly.
Yes, sir.
I know on the consent agenda, the council moved item G, but I don't know that we actually went ahead and ratified the entirety of the consent agenda as amended.
We didn't. Yeah.
And take that up now.
Okay, sure. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Moore to approve the consent agenda as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, will the city clerk please say on the next item?
Mayor, that next item, let me just make sure. See, there are a lot of changes tonight. Consideration of a resolution appointing or reappointing members to the City of Milton Design Review Board by appointing a board member for the District 3 Post 2. It's agenda item number 22-255. Mayor?
All right, I will turn it over to Councilmember Moore as this is his district and post.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure tonight to nominate Rachel Greathouse to the District 3 Post 2 Design Review Board. Rachel established Rachel Greathouse Design in 2008, combining her creativity, love for design, along with her business experience. Rachel Greathouse Design was born. Rachel's approach to design is fun, friendly, and she works closely with her clients. She's a consistent top performer on House.com, and she's been featured over 20 publications and sites on HGTV and was chosen one of Atlanta's top 15 designers. Originally from Pittsburgh, Rachel now lives in Milton, Georgia. She's lived here with her husband and her 2 children for 12 years. She has love for animals, road trips, adventure, and she's a true believer that home is where the heart is, and she calls Milton her home. I think Rachel will be a great contributor to the Design Review Board. She brings professional experience. She's well-known in the community. I think she'll be a great addition, so I would like to request your approval for her nomination.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public comment and open it for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Rachel Greathouse as the new member from District 3 Post 2 for the Design Review Board.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Jacobus to approve Rachel Greathouse as the new member of the Design Review Board, which is agenda item number 22-255. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Obviously no, thank you. And she sounds like she's going to be a great addition. So I'll come swear you in, Rachel. I do solemnly swear and affirm that I will faithfully perform the duties of the Design Review Board member of the city, that I will support and defend the charter thereof, as well as the Constitution, laws of the state of Georgia, and the United States of America,
Thank you. Here, can I be both sides?
Y'all come on down and take a picture. Everyone here is for Rachel. Glad everyone's here. Thanks.
Two cameras. Ready, Paul? Ready? 3, 2. Wait, stay there 1 second. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, we'll move on to reports and presentations. Will the city clerk please say on the items?
Mayor, that item is proclamation recognizing the Milton Tennis Center boys 12U and 18U USTA 2022 Summer Junior Team Division Champions and City Champions. Mayor?
Thank you. So it's my pleasure to give this proclamation to the tennis team. I can tell you from when we started the Milton Country Club, and that tennis program has pretty much grown from zero, thanks to Terry and everything that he's done. So it's just another championship that we can kind of be proud of, and we appreciate all the hard work. So it's my honor to read this proclamation. Whereas the United States Tennis Association is the national governing body for the sport of tennis and the recognized leader in promoting and developing the sport's growth on every level in the United States with over 700,000 members. And whereas the boys U team and the boys 18U team play in the Atlanta USTA Junior Tennis Association in the Georgia Southern section. And whereas both boys 12U and 18U teams are led by Coach Terry O'Brien, who has been the tennis coach at this facility for 27 years, when it was still the Milton Country Club and recently named Milton City Park and Preserve, who has a strong love and passion for tennis. And whereas Coach Terry O'Brien has led his team to be successful by teaching the fundamentals and advanced strategies and tactics to be successful on the courts, while creating a fun, supportive, encouraging environment amongst the players to enable them to develop on and off the court as individuals and players. And whereas the 18U boys finished the season with a 7-1 record and captured the summer USTA division title, and whereas the 12U boys finished the season with a perfect 8-0 team record, including division and playoff team matches, and captured the summer USTA division title. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the city of Milton, hereby dictate and proclaim Monday, August 15th, 2022, as 2022 Boys 18U Summer USTA Junior Team Tennis 2022 Boys 12U Summer USTA Junior Team Tennis City Champions Day in the city of Milton, Georgia. That's given our hand and seal the city of Milton on this 15th day of August 2022. That was a tongue twister. So if y'all want to come up and we'll take a picture and give you our proclamations. Yeah, we'll probably stay up here. It's a lot, I think.
Yeah. Wow. They can circle on, come on through, come on to the dais and come all the way up. Yeah, yeah. We can do two pictures if you want to do the 12U too. Let's do it.
Well done.
Good job.
Let's do 12U first and then we'll blend them. And I'll have and the coach has to be in both. Coach is in both.
Way to go, guys. Way to go, Terry.
All right, what do we do? Stand up?
Well, stand up.
Good.
As council, y'all are
Right on the mayor.
Good to see you. Congratulations.
Very well done.
Good job.
Yes. By all the kids can make sure.
Are you up here, mayor, or down there?
You know what? you can hey, for this one, you can go in between them. You can, since you don't have to go all the way up there, you might as well. It just split them up. Here, you can scoot over a little bit. There you go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Got little parents get there. Okay. I think we're
Very nice.
great. Thank you.
You know someone?
Okay. So you want to switch? Switch. Yep.
All right, I'll switch that. Good job, y'all. Congratulations.
Okay, so big boys can go next.
Love the tie.
Nice touch.
Love it.
Okay. Ready? Here, you can guys.
1,
You guys
2,
go
3,
first.
tennis.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Good. Great. All right.
You're next.
Okay, will the city clerk please stay on the next item?
Mayor, that next item is the discussion of the naming of the city athletic facility at Cox Road. Our communications director, Mr. Greg Botello.
Bear with me. So for my friends in council, this is our third go round. And once again, well, maybe I'll just let them filter out a little bit first, if you don't mind. They're very polite and quiet relatively, so. Okay, I'll just hop on in. So as you recall, we're kind of embarking on an exciting initiative to name some of our unnamed city parks and green spaces. And the next one up is one that in the next few weeks is going to look totally new and be buzzing with activity. And that's the athletic facility on Cox Road. The first slide is let's see, can they make it? Well, can you see the?
Not yet.
He said 1 minute, 1 second, one something or other. There it goes. Something's happened. I'll just walk through this. It's going to happen eventually. So
It's not your eyes.
it's the black hole. There it goes.
You have my proxy just to pick.
I can memorize this one. So the idea is that this slide is purposely similar to what you've seen in the past for the Mayfield Park and the Milton City Park and Preserve. It's we have a common kind of approach to these things. And the mission is to give, in this case, the recently transformed athletic facility off Cox Road name that really resonates with visitors or reflecting the city's values and identity. Over the last few weeks, we've created an efficient, effective process that allowing for citizens, stakeholders' input. We'll go more into that. Build energy and excitement and value for this unique and valued city property, and that's definitely true. Hopefully, we're going to provide you with some what we think are viable, legitimate name contenders for this space. And then the last step, which we may resolve tonight, is with your direction, is to pick a good, sensible name that resonates for this property. So just kind of background, especially if people are new here, about this facility. So I think it was the early 1980s. A local company, they used to have clubs, company soccer teams. They created this soccer complex from scratch and ended up being used by multiple soccer clubs, which actually will come in, I will mention later because that's a relevant point. In March 2019, the city approved the comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which among other things identified a need for more athletic field space. And conveniently, January 2020, we completed our purchase of this facility, which has 2 full-size fields and 1 half turf field. So we, in the past, basically the 2 years since, we kind of decided to, we meaning I'm speaking for Tom McElveen, our Parks and Rec director, who couldn't be here tonight, so he was more involved in that. But they decided to turf over the fields because they thought that they would maximize the facility's use. And there's already a very high expectation that will happen, very much sooner rather than later. So I'm not sure if you've seen any of our videos or Facebook posts, that this has been totally transformed. It's a true multi-purpose field. The fields are pretty much done in the next week or two. The whole facility should open up, and knock on wood. In the meantime, while this work was being done, we had a naming campaign that was very successful once again, over 165 names, which I'll touch on later. And now we're kind of here to you before council. The idea is that when the kids and I suppose adults start using this field in the next few weeks, it will actually have a name. That doesn't have to be the case, but that's where we're moving towards. So I'm going to talk a little bit next about the public feedback process. So about, I think, a few days after we kind of launched the naming campaign, a gentleman by the name of, who I didn't have the pleasure to meet, but from whatever I understood was a tremendous human being, Philip Broom, who was a popular Milton High School coach. He worked at the Cox Road facility as a club soccer coach before the city bought it. He passed away suddenly, and that kind of led to a campaign, for lack of a better word, by lots of his former, I can know for a fact, former players, parents who got to know him well. His name came up, and they kind of suggested the most common name was Philip Broom's Legacy Park. Legacy, I want you to keep that in mind, because that was all that there. I'm going to touch on that later, because that's something that was a theme of his. There's a few other names people mentioned. You can see we don't have as much variety as names as we did previously, but we do have some creative names, and we'll just go through those. This is a fun thing for people. These are one or two off names, but kind of shows our creativity that we are listening to our citizens, and we're kind of whether you want to go play at the Arnie or the Castle Athletic Complex or Sporty Ball Park. Those are some names or thoughts. So just, imply the creativity of our folks kind of never surprises me, and it's always enjoyable to share them. So that being said, just to put this in context, in the past, 5 years, and certainly two of them in the past 2 years, Milton has also lost other men in this case who have left a storied legacy on our Parks and Rec program directly. And I just wanted to mention them just because I thought, if we're talking, just to keep them in mind. All of these three men directly impacted Milton Parks and Rec programs. One is Tim Lester, who he used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was a bus driver for Jerome the Bus Bettis. He settled in Milton. He was an impact as a coach, mentor, and inspirational figure. Ron Hill was a longtime member of our Parks and Rec board, as well as a coach and teacher around the area. And Van Cottis was another PRAB member who was instrumental in Bell Park's transformation, as well as Milton Steelers football when it was a Milton Parks program. So just wanted to keep those in mind, just because the idea of the timing is right. If this had happened, we might have different suggestions if it happened 2 days after Tim Lester passed, for example. It's just timing, but it doesn't mean all these are great men in my opinion. And even though I didn't have the pleasure to know them personally. So that gets to this slide, and I'm looking for direction. So what should the Cox Road facility be named? I mentioned legacy. So from what I've heard, the theme of Philip Broom, what he told a lot of his players, and what apparently was a theme at his memorial service, was, what legacy do you leave? And I think that, the point was that Philip Broom certainly left a legacy, and that's why many of the suggestions were Legacy Park. So I think there's two options here, and I got some feedback from mayor and council that Legacy Park would be a way that we can have, or maybe like we did with the Smith family, we can somehow, whether it's a plaque or something like that, to specifically call it Phil Broom, but you can call the whole complex Legacy Park, and also acknowledge the other individuals. And frankly, there are probably other individuals even besides those four I mentioned. We also had one suggestion and include Broom's name in there, as in Broom Legacy Park. So I'm just presenting these options. I wanted to get direction of what council felt this way. There's endless names we could come up with these things. I think Legacy Park or Broom's Legacy Park, there's something about that's coming from the citizens and people who felt something. And these men, especially Philip Broom, but I think I talked to some other people that people who really made an impact. So, and I think this facility, especially as transformed, is going to leave legacy for the city of Milton as well. So that's I wanted to get your feedback of thoughts on Legacy Park versus Broom Legacy Park. Anyone? Questions or?
Well, legacy allows us maybe to honor more people over time, but I did know that in here that Mr. Broom was quite a wonderful man, but we could honor him in addition to others if it's just a panoramic Legacy Park. I'm not passionate one way or the other, but I like the idea of being able to have Legacy Park in there. Yeah. And let us honor previous and then future.
Sure, and exactly, and that doesn't preclude us from
right
within the facility with a field or something. If I wish Tom was here to speak for this, would you name a field or you have a plaque or something like that to actually have specific names? But I mean, Milton is only, 16 years old, but still, there's a lot of people who've left legacies, whether they work for the city of Milton or whether they did not.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a nice opportunity, I think. You know, there's, some of these people served simultaneously. and
Yes,
made
exactly,
contrib-
yeah.
So it's a little difficult to put one name up in a way.
Yeah, and it's just a
So-
matter of,
But
I
I'd like
mean,
to honor Mr. Broom in this
Yeah.
way, you know. It's nice. What do you think?
Paul, or Jan? Yes, sir?
I like the idea of doing the Broom Legacy Park by including his name, just because I think one is, that was one of the most popular ones that was brought up by the
Yes.
citizens. So the most people like that. And I think by having his name there, people will remember that. You know, they'll remember him and they'll remember the story. And I think at the same time, you can still have a plaque or a way of remembering all those in the future. And so it can be part of the legacy park part of it. But I think having his name is the way I would vote for.
and my opinion is whatever your opinion is. So, I'm open to whatever I think.
And just to throw another wrench, you could do Broomfield at Legacy
Yes,
Park.
or you could name what they, especially there are two full-size fields. One is more equipped for soccer than, he was a soccer coach.
I'm only leaning on what Councilmember Cookerly said, just because all those other men that you've said, like, you know, they've all were instrumental in our parks.
Yes.
And I think we're probably going to have multiple men that have been instrumental in our
Yeah,
parks.
and probably
And
some
maybe
women too.
women.
Or women.
Or women. You know what? You're 100% correct.
But you know what? We have a tendency to overname. So maybe if we followed this suggestion, we could still honor everybody else just in a wall of fame.
Yep.
And it could still be under Broom Legacy. I mean, it's just one option for your
Yeah, no,
consideration.
I mean,
I'm definitely open. Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, you basically stole the thunder where I was going to go. I think Legacy Park is a great way to acknowledge not just past significant contributors to our city, but with the unfortunate passing of others who have made an impact as well. I think Legacy Park is a great way to set the stage for that. I would be absolutely in favor of a Broomfield and some of the others as well to follow. There may be a facilities, a structure that would be a way to acknowledge those contributors as well. And then ultimately, when we get to the point where we've got performers coming out of that, like we did at Bell Memorial, we have a legacy wall as well to acknowledge contributors or players who've gone on to the next level.
So, I mean, I'm just hearing a few different options. And again, I mean, certainly you could have just Legacy Park, you could have Legacy Park with Broomfield, and then the other field could be, whatever else. There's two fields really that would make sense. Or you could have Broom Legacy Park. Can I maybe get your, I don't say raise, show of hands, it's not a vote because we can't vote. Broom Legacy Park versus.
Any other questions for Greg?
You have any other
Just a
suggestions?
question, are we actually choosing the name tonight, or are you basically saying, are you good with either of these two and we'll vote on it later?
You are giving direction. The way the naming process works, there's not a formal vote, but like we did with Mayfield Park, like we did Milton City Park Preserve, you give direction of what city staff will do. If that makes sense?
Yep. I could go, I guess, either way. I mean, I like the name of Broom Legacy Park. At the same time, if we did do Legacy Park, we could do a field. And I know Tim Lester was very involved in setting up our football program, and we tried to bring that back.
Yep.
And the same way with Van Cotis and Ron Hill. They had been very involved in the Parks and Recreation when we started and served on the board. So maybe we could dedicate those two fields, name the two fields on there. See Park.
Is there, I understand you're not being unanimous, but is there a consensus that Legacy Park with the Broomfield, is that what you're thinking of? Okay. Jan, okay. And
We're
again,
good? Is that direction enough?
Yeah, that's direction enough. So I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Will the city clerk please stay on the next item?
Mayor, that next item is the crime NIBRS analysis. Sorry about that. Our police chief, Mr. Rich Austin, and Jamie Peters.
Greetings, Mayor and members of council. Tonight I brought with me our subject matter expert on crime analysis, our in-house, which is Ms. Jamie Peters, who I'll introduce. Jamie started with the Milton Police Department in 2014 as the police records clerk, and in 2016 became the department's first full-time crime analyst. Jamie earned dual degrees in criminal justice and sociology from the University of Michigan Flint, where she hails from. And also notably, Jamie has recently received her certification as a crime and intelligence analyst earlier this year after undergoing 32 weeks of intense training. In her day-to-day role, Jamie communicates with local agencies sharing intel and crime trend data of mutual concern, presents ComStat meetings twice a month where the department views and reviews and develops strategies to address crime and crash trends, as well as communicating issues for situational awareness. In her role, Jamie also reports to the FBI MPD statistical data under the Voluntary Uniform Crime Reporting Program. Jamie will be presenting this evening on a recent major change in how crime statistics are collected and reported to the FBI, and what changes we'll see locally as a result of the updated method of data collection. So with that, Ms. Jamie Peters.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As previously mentioned, my name is Jamie Peters. Although I track and report crime data professionally, I also personally understand the importance of crime data reporting because I'm also a homeowner within the city of Milton as well. So I am a resident. Without further ado, it is a pleasure being here speaking on the importance of crime data reporting. We will be highlighting specific elements within our presentation that will shed light on what exact crime is being collected and how it is calculated into the Uniform Crime Reporting Program. Throughout this presentation, I will be utilizing 3 acronyms: UCR, meaning Uniform Crime Reporting, SRS, which is Summary Reporting System, and NIBRS, which is the National Incident Based Reporting System. But first, there was a need for tracking raw data and organizing it into a centralized location. So recognizing a need for a program started with the foundation of the Uniform Crime Reporting Program that started in the 1920s. First and now newly retired system was phased out in 2021, formerly known as the SRS, and that is also known as the Part 1 crime. This system consisted of 2 categories, violent and property crime, and each category hosting 4 offenses. The hierarchy rule that took most severe offense within the incident and submitted that offense only, having the rest of the offenses within the incident unaccounted for, which ultimately opened the window for a new system under the UCR program. The second system, which we are currently utilizing, is NIBRS. This is an incident-based reporting system, also known as Group A offenses, and this unique program provides robust details in reference to the incident. It provides information about the victim, offender relationships, if there is any biased motivation behind it, the date and time of when the incident occurred, if there's any property stolen, and if there's any damage occurred along the way. The Milton Police Department was one of the first agencies that actually transitioned in the state of Georgia in August of 2019. This, however, did not allow year over year since the department collected both SRS and NIBRS in 2019. So here is a timeline illustrating the out with the old, in with the new reporting system. So as you can see, like I mentioned previously, in the 1920s, the summary reporting system was created. In 1989, NIBRS was implemented, but the state of Georgia, we reported under the former reporting system, and we recently picked it up in 2019. And then as of last year, the former reporting system is no longer in existence. That has retired and that has phased out. So now I'm going to go ahead and talk about the types of reporting and the differences between the two and the reason why we are here before you. So here we're going to showcase a visual diagram. As you can see, the UCI program has two summary reporting systems, the former and then what we currently report under. The first reporting system is the summary reporting system, and this is also known as the Part 1 crime. Like I mentioned previously, it's categorized into two categories, the violent crime and property crime, whereas the violent crime consisted of murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, and the property crime consisted of burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson. So this basically was the reason why we, the FBI, had transitioned to the new reporting system, because the summary reporting system was just the summary. It only calculated the total number of offenses. It did not provide any details whatsoever about the incidents that are occurring, not only locally, state, and national levels. So with that being said, here is another diagram just visualizing exactly what the two categories consist of and the offenses in each category. So in addition to the Part 1 offenses, there's Part 2 offenses where we collect data under arrest offenses only, which is outlined before you. So moving on to the reporting system that we currently utilize since 2019. This is the second reporting system. And we've actually, knowing that we started reporting in 2019, this system has been in existence since the late 1980s. So it has been around. It's just new to the state of Georgia. So with that being said, here's the difference between the two in reference to NIBRS. This system collects more details in reference to the crime within itself instead of counting the total number of offenses. This includes 52 offenses versus the former 8, also known as Group A. So this is outlined in 3 categories. The former program was just violent crime, property crime. This is crimes against persons, where the victims are always individuals as murder, rape, aggravated assault. Then we have crimes against property, where the victims are, is where the object is to obtain property, money, or some other benefit, such as robbery, bribery, burglary, what have you. And the third category, which is new to us, is crimes against society, where the object, where this represents society's prevention against these types of activities, such as drug violations, weapon law violations, prostitution, gambling, what have you.
Let me jump in just a second. And I know it's a lot of information very quickly. One of the key elements of this that I really want to point out that Jamie mentioned was the hierarchy rule. So for instance, if we have an incident under the previous reporting system that we've just switched over to as of since July 1st or prior to July 1st, if we had an incident, let's say we had, for instance, a while back, we know we have senior wars, right? So we had a juvenile that was out just as a prank, went into a local restaurant and had a toy pistol. So the folks in the restaurant obviously were alarmed at this, but once we got there, we figured out that this was just a prank. However, since the suspect, quote suspect in this case, was a juvenile, we were sort of wedged into looking at this from the point of NIBRS. So everyone in that restaurant became a victim. So rather than having one juvenile prank under what we would call just a reckless conduct, perhaps, we had to count that as about half a dozen aggravated assaults. So what we're seeing under that, and that's one part of NIBRS that sort of could make our crime rate look as if it is rising as opposed to previous years, just because of this new in-depth reporting system. So that's one of the takeaways from this that we want to ensure that that our public and the council understands. Also, secondly, the hierarchy rule. So let's say we have an incident where there's a robbery, 2 aggravated assaults, and a larceny. Of those, under the old reporting system, only the most serious offense would be counted in that one incident. Here, we're able to count victims and count incidents. So again, it may give the impression that our crime rate is rising and we're having more numbers. We're actually just looking at the data in a more in-depth manner.
That is correct.
And one other quick thing, the crimes against society before, under the UCR reports, crimes against society were not counted toward our crime numbers. Crimes against society, if our officers are out being proactive, let's say they find a felon with a gun, or if they find some drugs, that kind of thing, now that goes against our crime rates, whereas before it did not. That was just proactivity.
Chief? Okay, so here is another table that provides a flow chart of the new reporting system. So you see NIBRS, you see how it's organized by 3 categories, and then within each category, you see multiple offenses. So instead of reporting just the 8 offenses, we're reporting up to 52 offenses. So the former system, we had Part 1 and Part 2. This is Group B offenses, and this is in reference to the arrest data that we are collecting for the following offenses before you. So with the information already presented, we're going to be highlighting the differences between the two. So here we have the summary reporting system is limited. It is collecting aggregated data, omitting some offenses in accordance with this hierarchy rule. To the chief's point, the summary reporting system hierarchy rule states only the most serious offense within the criminal incident is counted for. For example, to his point, if robbery, homicide, and aggravated assault occurred in the same incident, the summary reporting system would only calculate the homicide. The other 2 remaining offenses are unaccounted for. Whereas the NIBRS reporting system, all 3 would be accounted for. However, the most significant changes within the NIBRS reporting system is the fact that NIBRS collects up to 10 offenses per 1 incident, and 1 offense is counted for each victim within crimes against persons. So to his point, where he gave you an example about the reckless conduct and the juveniles, there were 6 victims highlighted within that 1 report. Therefore, 6 aggravated assaults were accounted for. So while allowing for more robust data collection to inform citizens and to direct resources, this new reporting system may give the incorrect impression that crime numbers have increased significantly when reporting to NIBRS. So here is a side-by-side graph. Summary reporting systems to the left, Part 1, and then NIBRS is to the right. So like I said previously, Part 1, collecting 8 offenses per 1, 8 offenses total, whereas NIBRS collects 52 offenses. The SRS employs the hierarchy rule, whereas NIBRS does not. And the summary reporting system counts 1 offense per incident, whereas the NIBRS, it counts up to 10 offenses and or victims per incident. Good. So for clarification purposes, the NIBRS system utilizes standardized, uniform crime reporting definitions on a national level. The purpose is to provide common language amongst local, state, and federal levels. And the program did not intend agencies to use NIBR definitions when charging said individuals. So some may wonder, what are the benefits and advantages of reporting crime data to the incident-based system? So as you can see, the main difference is the fact that it's incident-based versus summary-based. So like mentioned previously, this system collects information on victims, offenders, location, times, and the most effective tool for policymakers. It assists analysts like myself in terms of detecting patterns and trends, as well as our geographic area, and it provides transparency to the general public. Furthermore, how is the data being collected? The data serves many purposes in terms of budget formation, planning resource allocation, assessment of police operations, tourism. Researchers and analysts can study the nature, cause, and movement of crime over time. and legislatures draft anti-crime measures based on the research that they have found. So furthermore, data considerations, method of submission, publication of data, and the introduction of the quarterly report are the last topics of discussion. So the FBI has a long-standing policy against ranking participating law enforcement agencies based on data alone. Despite repeated warnings against these practices, some data users continue to challenge and misunderstand this position. Since this is a voluntary program, some agencies do not submit data monthly or even at all. So when comparing and ranking, data users fail to recognize other contributing factors relating to crime, such as population density, economic conditions, climate, poverty level, median income, modes of transportation, and so on.
Jump in there just 1 second. And that's one thing, we all love to get the kudos to hear from some website or another that Milton is the safest city in Georgia. And I think we could all agree Milton is a very safe city. But to Jamie's point, the FBI itself warns against those types of rankings because of the methodologies behind them. We have no control over the methodology, so that's why we use strictly the NIBRS data. But even with the NIBRS data, there is really no ranking based on all of the individual factors about why crimes occur, and it's specific to each community.
So the method of data submission, this was statistics based in 2020. So as you can see, there are 18,619 U.S. agencies who are actively enrolled in the program, but not necessarily submitting their data. Of that amount, 15,901, which is 85%, are actually participating in submitting the data. And in 2020, those who submitted via NIBRS system was 62%, and then 38% submitted their data at the former system. So since Georgia phased out the summary reporting system in 2019, only 53% of the agencies in 2020 actually submitted their data. And the 2021 data will become available via the FBI Crime Explorer tool this fall/winter. So they collect 15,000 agencies' data, and usually it takes them 9 to 12 months to compile and get that published.
One thing about this too, Jamie did a lot of data work behind the scenes on this. This wasn't just an overnight change. It took us over a year really to get to a point where we're collecting year-over-year data. Part of the task was to submit to the GBI several reports with less than a 4% error rate. Jamie presented hers to the GBI with 0% error rate. So we're able to quickly get through that portion of this, but there also were technological things on the back end. We had to completely revamp how CAD reported certain crimes and to set CAD up to where Jamie could actually go in and mine the data. And that's for the Milton Police Department as well as the Alpharetta Police Department.
It was a 3-month testing period. Okay, so within Milton, we want to be very transparent regarding crime within our city. So where does the crime data get reported and how can we access that information? So the FBI had developed this interactive data tool, which is the FBI's Crime Data Explorer. And the public, as well as law enforcement, can search specific statistics on local, state, and national level. And the link is posted in front of you. It's the fbi.gov/CDE. And then even though the summary reporting system has phased out in 2021, the FBI will still continue to keep the historical data on record.
One sort of disclaimer there, the FBI data typically runs about a year in arrears as well. So it's not like live data, even though we're reporting monthly, they take the aggregate data at the end of the year, they make sure that the data is correct before they publish it. So it's 9 months to a year in arrears. What Jamie just pulled up here is something that we will be placing on our transparency portal. This is just a draft of it. We've already found a couple of ways, minor ways that we can improve this, but this will be something that will be posted out to our citizens quarterly. It talks about the department's activity, talks about our crash data as well. This too, I've moved away from utilizing percentages on these purposely, because percentages, when you have a city like Milton where our crime is relatively low, 1 or 2 incidents could jump us up, 100% or more. So we're using actual numbers year over year to tell our citizens whether we're up or down in a certain category. And then one of the suggestions on this, which I really like, was to provide some links to this where folks could go to the FBI website, people could go to the NIBR's website to get more information about how and what data is collected. Also, what some of these terms mean, such as foot patrol. If they're from another area, they may hear that as a beat patrol or a neighborhood foot patrol or something of that nature. So just to sort of explain what this report contains. And so we'll be looking for those opportunities, perhaps building out an entire FAQ page just for crime statistics.
Okay, so I just wanted to go ahead and reference where I gathered the information embedded within this presentation. And without further ado, this ends the presentation if anyone has any questions.
Very good presentation. Questions from council? I have one quick question. Do the neighboring cities, or do they use this same reporting system?
Yes, they do, sir.
Okay.
So Alpharetta, Roswell, Johns Creek, Alpharetta, Sandy Springs, Dunwoody, they do as well.
That's good. That's good to know.
One thing I will say that in our research of trying to look how to package this data, we looked at just continuing to report incidents, and just to keep context, when we looked at other cities, they're not, they're sort of putting together offenses that they feel are just germane to their city. We feel like it's more transparent if we just put out all 52 offenses in NIBR's and just let our citizens know. And if they have any questions, they can reach out to us and ask about that particular data.
Good. Any questions? All right. We appreciate it from both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Will the city clerk please sound the next item?
Mayor, that next item is the Community Development Update presented by our Community Development Department, our Community Development Director, Mr. Robert Buscemi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We'll do a quick update. I promise I'll keep it short because I know we have a long agenda tonight.
We're all blind up here.
Yeah, that's right there. That's perfect. I just hit this. Perfect. Okay. Just some quick updates with the department. Our chief building official position. When I wrote this, I said offer extended. He's accepted the offer. And I was happy to finally fill that position. I think it's a big one for my department. We'll give him a little time to settle in. And then at my next update, I'll, as always, with all my new staff, I'll bring him in and introduce you and have him introduce himself to y'all. Robin's going to be giving you an update on our UDC progress. We're making some good progress there. I have a separate slide for that. She'll be doing that. And I wanted to just briefly tell the council we had a visit last week from Franklin, Tennessee. The folks from the Community Development Department and their Planning Department, Public Works staff, their facility staff all came in and said, gee, Bob, we'd like to take a tour through City Hall, and they're looking to do a new City Hall. So they used us. They said of all the cities that they studied, everybody tell them, come to Milton City Hall. That's going to give you the best example of what to do. And they're sort of a sister city. They're just south of Nashville, Tennessee. Sort of a affluent community, equestrian style community. They're developing. They've been around since 1799. Make sure I get it right. So they've been around for a long time, but they're actually growing and developing. But it's nice because when they talked to me, they really said Milton was the pinnacle of what they're looking for. With everything we've done from a planning, build out, all our regulations, our form-based codes, everything we've done in Milton, our large lot incentives, everything is the kinds of development patterns that they're really wishing they can do. And they're really looking and asked us and said, boy, we're really impressed. So I thought that was really good news. I mean, it makes up for some of the other things. So it was kind of nice. I felt real good about it. They love their city hall. Okay, what's happening around Milton? We do have a couple of big properties that I keep talking about, but they are coming in and we're working with them. The Day property, that's 170 acres that they came in, and they're looking to develop the Day property. And some of the engineers are actually here tonight on other issues, but we are looking at doing 3-acre parcels, 3 to 5 acres potentially, maybe, to try to get them some TDRs on the 5s, and the 3 acres, which will give much more flexibility on our incentive program. And I think that's really the way we want to go. So I just wanted you to know that came in, and we are working with them to do that. The Fry's property, those folks came back in. We had some council members sit in on that and listen to what they have to say. So we're hoping that they'll come back. Initially, we had worked with Crescent for about a year, 4 months or so. And then we found out that the Fry's family is actually going to say, well, Crescent's nice. They wanted to buy us, but no, we're going to buy them. So the whole thing turned around. So now we're working with them, and we'll see what we can come up with. They like the plan that we originally did with Crescent, and they're trying to see if they could resurrect that plan and keep it. And then there's a large parcel on Morris and Webb with 2 5-story office towers. They also came in, and I had Councilman Member Jacobus, I believe, was there. The mayor was there, and we sat with them and we talked to them as well to see what we could do with their development. So I think that's moving along very nicely, and we'll see what happens there. Next item is the national survey. Greg, our communications director, came in, gave us this national survey that was done. I just bring it up because it was very nice, and we scored very high ratings, like 97, 98 percentile. He said 400 cities were studied, and we got great customer service. So, of course, I attribute some of that to my staff, and it was really nice. I think the staff is using it as a nice bar to set their future goals against. And it's kind of nice when the staff sees that they're doing a great job, and that around the country, people are recognizing that we're doing very well here in Milton, that it's a nice incentive for staff to say, let's maintain that level of service, and let's keep the bar high. I look at Steve and said, it's great when you can get up to a high level, but then you got to maintain it. So we're going from striving to get there to now saying, no, let's get into a different mindset of not striving to get there, but what happens when you get there to maintain it. And that's kind of a different philosophy for me from a management perspective on how to do that. So I'll be working with Steve and Bernadette and Stacy to figure that all out and say, what do we need to do to maintain it? And we've gotten great support on that front. Fire Station 42, I'm going to give you an update on, and economic development, I'm also going to give you an update on. I'll have Anita come up and talk to you about that. We always feature one building. They're getting, this is the Mayfield Medical Center on Charlotte and Mayfield. They should be getting and receiving their certificate of occupancies for these buildings this week. They're very close. And Robin actually has informed me that they're
So it's going to be owned by Northside Hospital, and so there'll be a general practitioner's office in one building, and then 2 or 3 specialists in the other building. So we're really excited to have them part of the city.
So that's a nice use. I think it's a strong base with Northside being in there, and it will give us the medical resource that we need right here in downtown Cranberry. So it's kind of nice. And the buildings look great. They're really coming out good. If you remember, we reused the stone from the old building and incorporated it. So there's a little history in every building that we do in Milton. That's kind of neat. Okay, also, Fire Station 42, quick update. We've completed all the subsurface work, water storage, plumbing, electrical, things like that. We've done all the concrete slab work. And as you can see in the picture, the steel is going up, and we're working diligently with the contractor to make sure that we get all the materials on time and we maintain our budget. So right now we're on budget. We are on schedule. We're doing pretty good. We've been challenged with some rain. Every time we go to do something, we get another 3/4 of an inch of rain. But for the most part, we're really in there. We're trying to do a lot of workarounds and really maintain that project, and it's going very nicely. Okay, with this, I'm going to have Anita come up and talk about economic development and branding. Okay, thanks, Anita.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I just want to provide a quick overview of the many strong partnerships that we work hard to cultivate in economic development. Here I've highlighted the organizations that I work closely with in some capacity. The partners that you see here all greatly contribute to Milton's economic goals in a major way. The city is very fortunate to have a strong partnership with Crabapple Market. Quite frequently, I collaborate with Aaron Freeman and Ruth Slayton on Adam Orkin's team, whether it's partnering on Meet Me in Milton events, sharing resources, or supporting the new businesses. There's a strong benefit for the community that comes from working together so closely. Our economic development efforts continue to be widely supported by the Greater North Fulton Chamber of Commerce. As a member of the board, we meet monthly to review upcoming events and opportunities. And the chamber is also really great about joining in our city ribbon cuttings as a sign of support to our local business owners. On a monthly basis, I interact with my counterparts in the region, along with Georgia Power, as well as the Economic Development Director from Fulton County, Samir Abdullahi. I have invited Samir to make a brief presentation here to you all on September 7th to discuss ways that he supports 15 cities throughout the county and specific initiatives that are relevant to us here in Milton. On a monthly basis, I work with the Milton Arts Council to offer creative new ways to engage the arts to have a positive economic and social impact in the community. This summer, we were able to provide space for the Arts Council summer camps and programming at Milton City Park and Preserve, and it was a really big success. Later in August, we will be hosting the Biz Now panel again with our regional partners to provide the opportunity for local developers and other industry experts to come together and share information about different projects. We're also working on the next 3000 forum with Jenny Doyle's team that'll take place in September. Jenny Doyle is also a gold sponsor for this year's Crabapple Fest, and I truly appreciate her generosity and support for this signature event in Milton. Planning has been well underway all year for Crabapple Fest, and I'm excited to offer this platform to so many local and regional businesses to participate. We are also fortunate to have strong partnerships with local media publications who work hard to share the efforts of community and economic development with residents. In fact, last month, we published an article in Our Milton Neighbor and Our Crabapple Neighbor from Best Version Media that highlighted recent projects and efforts being made along Highway 9. In September, we will be meeting with the North Fulton CID, and later in the month, we will be touring the facility at Phillips Healthcare. As a top employer in Milton, it's important to maintain an open dialogue to support them and consider ways to enhance their presence in Milton. This is coming at a perfect time as we focus on the redevelopment of business along the Highway 9 Deerfield Commercial District and the beautification efforts in this corridor. I'm working to schedule a similar visit with Verizon and others soon as well. Reed Casey and his team have recently sponsored the first Cooking with Fire initiative, and they're also a silver sponsor for this year's Crabapple Fest. Prior to joining the city many years ago, I used to volunteer with the Crabapple Community Association. The CCA, previously led by the mayor and subsequently by Reed Casey, has evolved, but its members still make every effort to participate in the different projects we have going on throughout the city to support local businesses and promote volunteerism. The Kids Biz Expo is a partner I'm excited to have. They'll be joining us this year at Crabapple Fest to really lean into the importance of entrepreneurship at a young age. This expo will be taking place independently on the green, but I'm very excited to have them be a part of the festival. From a professional development standpoint, I'm currently underway in the Georgia Certified Economic Developer Program from the Carl Vincent Institute of Government at UGA. I'm also part of the 2022-2023 Leadership North Fulton program with the Chamber, and just recently completed the first cohort of LeaderGov at City Hall. And lastly, as Bob mentioned, we continue to meet with different prospective developers that are interested in projects around Milton, and we're thoughtfully guiding the process. We're looking to update the LCI, which will be a key driver in our efforts that will help Milton truly emerge as an economic leader in North Fulton. And next, I'd just like to give you a quick update regarding the placemaking project. I initially presented our roadmap to you on May 16th, and I'm pleased to let you know we've made great progress since that time. We published the RFP on July 28th. By the end of August, we should have all proposals in, and we will be looking to award that contract early in October. Once selected, we look forward to working very closely with the agency on all aspects of placemaking, and we will continue to seek guidance and feedback from you all and from the community on a regular basis. So we will be bringing many more exciting projects related to this to you in the near future. And then lastly, I want to provide a quick update about a project that Emily and I are partnering together on, which will utilize a helpful tool in GIS that will help capture pertinent information relevant to each district in our area. So we'll use this information to portray Milton's business landscape overall, provide businesses with a snapshot of the area, which will be a really great recruitment tool to bring in new business, as well as helping those that are here to thrive. So if there's no questions for me, I'll turn it over to Emily.
Yeah. So like Anita said, we are going to be partnering together, GIS and economic development, to kind of create this toolbox for us to look at the community, the businesses we have here, and how we can relate those two together and really leverage some of the data available to us to kind of create this market snapshot, so that when people come to Anita asking questions about the market and potential places for them to relocate their business to, then we have a toolbox to hand to them. So I'm really excited. We're still kind of in the beginning of that stage, but I think it's going to be a great partnership.
So it's the exciting subject of the Unified Development Code. So I am really excited. We presented the draft, complete draft, to the Planning Commission on July 27. We are dividing and conquering. It's a pretty substantial, heavy lift. All the 7 different members volunteered for different sections of it to just review it from a 5,000-foot standpoint, as the intent is not to make any drastic policy changes, just making sure it makes sense and getting some other eyes on it after Caleb is, I'm sure, it's going in and out of his head, as well as mine and other staff members. So we will come back in about a week and a half on August 24th, and going to be getting feedback from the planning commissioners, and Caleb Rassico with TSW will be there as well to assist me and staff in answering any questions and clarifying issues. And then we are going to have our public kickoff of the document on September 14th. That's a Wednesday. It also is, Wednesdays are our wonderful farmers market. So I think that'll be a great way to kind of introduce people as they shop, and hopefully they'll have some interest in looking at what we're doing. And then there'll be a public review of it between September 14th and October 14th. And we're going to be utilizing a software called Conveo, which is a really great tool to be able to look at the document, as well as enabling the public to be able to make comments, and that we can collect the comments. And it's just a really great tool for both the public as well as staff. So just wanted to give you that update on there. For the future, I believe it's around March is the target date for you all to adopt it. So far we're on track and really excited to see this project come to fruition. So thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
Yep.
Is that it, Bob?
And we have one more.
One more? No, y'all got a lot going on. We appreciate it.
Yeah. So just to kind of wrap up what we talked about earlier this summer with the private development GIS map, we did officially launch that on the website on July 25th. We did a social media post about it, a press release about it, and I have already updated it for the month of August. So that will be happening monthly. We'll be looking through the permits that we've issued or have gotten in over the past month. And then that first week of the month is kind of our target to update it. So not only did we create it, but we are going to be maintaining it as best as possible. So just wanted to wrap that one up for y'all.
Very good. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions for staff? No, we appreciate it. We got a lot going on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. So we moved E to a different agenda, so a different meeting. So there are no first presentations. So we'll move on to the public hearing. Will the city clerk please sound the first item?
Mayor, that item is consideration of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to Milton Brewing LLC. It's doing business as Six Bridges Brewing and Craft Spirits located at 1850 Heritage Walk in Milton, Georgia. It's agenda item number 22252. Our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Bernadette Harville.
I'm going to turn this item over to our city attorney, Ken Gerard.
Okay, and really quick, Ken, so for our public hearing, it's going to be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Is that correct?
That's right. Assuming we have the public hearing, which is the reason it's been deflected to me. Mr. Mayor and Council, this item this evening is set and was advertised once for a public hearing, but the Milton Code requires a mandatory 2 legal notices in 2 consecutive weeks leading up to the public hearing. City staff did in fact make the requisite request to the city's legal organ, which is the Milton Herald, and 1 legal ad ran, but the 2nd legal ad did not run. Our code is very clear. This is a mandatory requirement, and therefore, while I am comfortable if the council wants to have the item announced and have the staff report, and if you even want to hear public comment this evening, that's okay too, but we're doing this whole thing over again on September 19th. We're going to have to run the legal ads again, and we're going to have the public hearing again, because that's what our code anticipates. So up to the council. The council could defer. You absolutely cannot do new business B. That's the actual approval. You cannot do that. If you want to have a public hearing just because good folks have come tonight to sit here, that's perfectly fine. But we will be doing this all over again, full public hearing on September 19th.
So I have one big question here. They're a small business. They obviously need to operate.
Right.
They're granted a temporary license right now, correct?
Yes.
Will they be able to continue to operate with that temporary license until September 19th?
How long is a temporary license, Bernadette?
Yes, they will be able to.
Yes.
Okay, as long as they're going to be able to do that, I think I feel perfectly fine with that. But I do feel like there's members here that came to speak, and so we'll let them speak if council's okay.
Well, would
with
they
that.
have to speak again? Or would that just stand in the record?
No, their comments will be noted in the record this evening. Should they wish to come back, that is, of course, their right, but I don't think it's going to be mandatory. That the council can't unhear what it's heard. You will have heard that.
I've heard that before.
Fair.
I'd like to hear it.
All right, council good? All right. Bernadette, we'll go with the,
Or just the speakers. Okay, certainly.
you can give us maybe a
Absolutely.
rough draft of it, and we'll have the speakers.
Certainly. So before you, you have an application for a new alcohol beverage license for Milton Brewing LLC, doing business as Six Bridges Brewing and Craft Spirits. They are applying for a manufacturer's license for both a microbrewery and a micro distillery at 1850 Heritage Walk. According to Milton law, these type of establishments are authorized to operate Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and are not authorized to open for business on Sundays at this time. You can see the local signage compliance right there on the building, taken by our code enforcement. And here you can see the map showing the location of Six Bridges at the roundabout at 372 and Heritage Walk, across from the Nest for
So in micro establishments are authorized to produce up to 15,000 barrels of beer or distilled spirits under each license under Milton Code. State code has further restrictions on the amounts that may be sold for consumption on premises and off premises as well. Breweries and distilleries are authorized to sell to the public through a wholesaler or directly to the consumer in their establishment for on-premise and off-premises sales. Here we have included the definitions for a tap room and flight tastings from the most recently approved version of Chapter 4 of Milton's Alcoholic Beverage Code for reference. And please note there are restrictions to the quantities of alcohol that may be provided in these tastings within a microbrewery and microdistillery. I'd also just like to point out that this evening we've had some conversations with the owners, and they did have some consideration they'd like to talk to you about hours as well as excise taxes, and we are working with the owner to address those items in a potential upcoming amendment based on council feedback. Again, the brewery and the distillery are within compliance other than that one advertising piece. That is our presentation this evening.
Ms. City Clerk, will you please call the first public comment?
Mayor, that first public comment is Mr. Ed Parsons. I invite you to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Ed Parsons. I live at 1760 Red Road in Milton. Some of you guys probably know me as the bee guy. I have honeybees in Milton, and we have a couple honey stands. And the reason why this one came to my attention was just today I was delivering a gallon of Milton honey to their brewery because they're going to use the honey, local honey, in some of the beer they're going to make. So one of the things that Clay had brought up to me was the hours. And I think there's a real disparity here. I know the code says one thing, but I think you need to look at kind of the whole environment of what's going on here. Old Blind Dog, if you look at their hours, they're from 11 to 11, Saturday through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they're from 11 till 2 a.m. And they're 100 yards from this brewery. It's like, it seems a little unfair that you can have one business open till 2 a.m. in the morning and the weekends, but the other one, you're going to shut them down at 10. That just doesn't seem very fair. I know the argument can be made, well, they're manufacturing. Well, yeah, they're manufacturing, but I don't think manufacturing is their core business after 10 o'clock at night. I think you have to give these businesses, I love seeing the presentation on economic development. And I think if you really want economic development, you got to be fair. So, Old Blind Dog has a lot of hours. If you want to look at all the other breweries in the area, Jekyll and Alpharetta, they're 11 to 11. On Fridays and Saturdays, they're 11 till 2 in the morning. Gate City in Roswell is 12 to 10 and 12 to 12 on Friday to Saturday. On Sunday, they're 12 to 9. Reformation Brewery in Woodstock, they're Sunday through Thursday, 8 to 11, Fridays and Saturdays, 8 till 1 a.m. The Reformation in Canton's the same hours. So if you're going to fall back and say, well, it's manufacturing breweries still have extended hours. So I would hope that you guys would consider trying to be fair to these businesses, because you can't give wide open rights to one business 100 yards down the road, grant them something completely different and much more restrictive. I just don't think that's fair. So that was my point of my presentation, was just to say, give these guys a fair shake, just like everybody else. And it'll be another business, because then it's more than just one bar in Crabapple. Maybe there's two now. And I think that's okay. So thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to the honey beer too.
Yeah. Thank you. So, I want one little side note on, it's been great. I haven't been here at a city council meeting in like 5 years. So when I listen to the crime data, I want to give you a little crime report. In our honey business, we have 2 self-serve honey stands, and people put the money in and we just trust them. And just to let you know, we rarely ever get ripped off. Occasionally, we might be one bottle short. And the way we look at it is, if somebody needs a bottle of honey so bad that they're willing to, that they want to rip it off, I would probably give that to them. So anyway, Milton is a great city to live in, and it is very safe. And it's kind of demonstrated in our business that we trust that, people are going to pay for the honey, and they're honorable, and it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons.
Mayor, I'd like to next invite Mr. Clay Gridley to the podium, please.
Clay Gridley, 200 Cedar Valley, Canton, Georgia. Thought I'd have to lower the microphone after Ed, but I didn't have to. So thank you for this time. I did want to talk about 3 points. I'd like to request some, I guess, language change in the ordinance. And I also did want to point out there's a typo that was in the presentation that Bernadette said it was listed as 28 ounces. It should be 288 ounces, which is a case of beer. Okay, gotcha. The 3 things I want to discuss, and my lovely bride is going to tag team with me here in a minute. On Sunday sales, let's see, currently there isn't a single brewery in the entire great state of Georgia that says that is limited, that where they cannot operate on Sunday. Every single brewery is allowed to do that. I have a list of, I don't even know how many breweries here that, I'm sorry? Okay. A bunch of breweries here. There are only 3 breweries in the entire state that elect to be closed on Sunday. And I get that. I respect that. They're also closed. They're closed Sunday through Wednesday as well. So I would like to request to be able to operate on Sunday. Let's see. Got that there. Our Sunday sales would be limited to retail operations. You may know that breweries are kind of quasi entities where Uncle Sam and the state government labels us as a manufacturer, but at a local level, we operate more as, I don't know, kind of like a brew pub, but we do manufacturing, we do retail and so on. But Sunday operations will be limited to retail only. There wouldn't be any manufacturing going on there. I'll let my wife touch on the other notes there. As far as hours staying open later, you know, with our Johns Creek location, we do close at 10 o'clock on the weekends, which, you know, most of the time is sufficient. I would like some flexibility to be able to stay open a little later. Say it's the Super Bowl or New Year's Eve or, you know, celebrating a win with Milton High School football coming up. So look forward to doing that. So I would like to request that. And lastly, the excise tax with manufacturing alcohol. Currently, and this is another unprecedented item, the city of Milton in their Chapter 4 code ordinance, specifically Section 4, 185 and Section 4, 186B, there's a dual excise tax that is levied on breweries at that point. The first part is on the manufacturing component. The second is on the sales of alcohol. I spoke with the director of the Georgia Craft Brewers Guild, and he said, no, their municipality does that. They choose one or the other. And most of them choose the sales side. I can't tell you about like Budweiser in Cartersville. They might get billed for what they make. But nevertheless, most craft breweries, they are only levied one of those taxes. And just to give you an example, and I'm running out of time, but the federal government, this is on a keg of beer, a 15.5 gallon keg of beer. Federal tax is $1.75. Georgia state tax is $5, and then Milton has $6 for the manufacturing component and then $6 on sales. So a fair amount more. When you lump the federal and Georgia together, you get $6.75, where Milton's $12. So tack that on. Let's see. And I do think, you know, that creates an unfair advantage to breweries and distilleries outside the city of Milton. You know, just request to level the playing field. There is that same double taxation on distilleries as well, but it doesn't make as much of an impact because, you know, an ounce of spirits is, you know, there's much more impact than an ounce of beer, you know, 5% alcohol to 40%. So I'm okay with that, but I did notice that as well. Let's see. I think that covers my portion. But yeah, looking forward to getting open in Milton and appreciate everybody's time. The only thing we're waiting on right now is our state license, by the way. So we've been almost stalked by the people in this city. So we're looking forward to serving some beer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
Mayor, I'd like to next invite Amy Haygood to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Amy Haygood. I live at 200 Cedar Valley Court in Canton, Georgia, but I am speaking on behalf of 1850 A and B Heritage Walk here in Milton. That that was my husband. I am also the general manager of this location, so I am the person being stalked by most of the city. And I'm extraordinarily grateful both for the city support and the community support. They've just really blessed us, so I do want to start off saying thank you. I've had several neighboring retail businesses disclose to me on a number of occasions that they actually chose their relatively new retail space based on their proximity to our brewery, and that they're eagerly awaiting us opening because they recognize that that should have a positive impact on their businesses. We've also discussed with those businesses doing joint ventures together, neighborhood events that really try to bring the community together. I think that most people that have walked around Crabapple Market in particular will notice the community feel, and that's something that Six Bridges is tremendously invested in. So we want to be open for our own sake, but we also recognize the impact that it has on our retail neighbors. And speaking of neighbors, we have also gone out of our way to introduce ourselves to our most local residential neighbors, to make ourselves known to them on a personal level so that they know how invested we are in their community and their neighborhood and being respectful neighbors to them. Speaking of our neighbors, they've also expressed their interest in being able to watch NFL football. I understand from my husband that that frequently occurs on Sunday. I'm usually napping. But they have expressed their interest in being able to come together as a community to watch sporting events every day of the week, but definitely NFL on Sunday. The Sunday operations, as Clay mentioned, is limited totally to retail sales. We will not be manufacturing when the public is in our space. That is a safety hazard both for our staff and our patrons and our brewing staff, and we want to make our space as safe as possible. So the Milton High School football team, our coach has mentioned being interested in post-game celebrations at the brewery with mini games starting at 8:30 on Friday evening. That would be quite difficult. We want to support the high school football team, the high school basketball team, all of the sports teams, their theater programs, and we want to be open late for families to come and celebrate their achievements, not just to drink beer, but to have barbecue, to enjoy live music, and provide that community space. Lastly, I would like to read some quotes that I received today on our social media pages when I posted about our hearing. One family commented, "Sundays are our only day as a family where we don't have sports or work or obligations, and they want to be able to come and visit us." Had another comment, "I mean, football season is coming up. Full stop." A lot of people just ask me very simply, how can we support? Another family, "I live on the other side of Crabapple Road and have eagerly been awaiting the opening of Six Bridges. I will be there tomorrow to lend my support." I don't know if they're here. I hope they are. I moved here because I want businesses like this. And lastly, I noticed as I was sitting earlier, the values that the city of Milton has posted over there on the table. And one of them that really struck me was, "Together we thrive, that we are greater than the sum of its parts." And we are just a part, but we want to be part of the greater whole. Like I said, we've been working with our local businesses. I've been trying to get to know the community here, both on a personal and a professional level, and we want to be a part of that whole. And then finally, service is our obsession. We want to serve the community that we're in. It's very important to us, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to do that 7 days a week. We're going to sleep on Mondays, but 7 days a week to the best of our ability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Deborah Russell, would you like to speak or just want me to say is in support of agenda item 22252? I'd like to invite Mr. Jeff Dufresne to the podium, please.
Jeff Dufresne, 1380 Summit Road, Milton. Earlier this evening, Anita talked about placemaking. Milton is a relatively new city. Crabapple Market is a relatively new development. We are creating a place that attracts people, that they enjoy just being part of this community. I'm particularly wanted to talk about the open Sunday issue. Yesterday, Sunday evening, I was over at Roswell, downtown Roswell, and just bustling with activity. Kids, the smells, the music, it's just a wonderful experience you want to be part of. And I think this business is, it's good for business, for sales tax, for foot traffic with other tenants that are coming to Crabapple Market. And lastly, Charles and Clay Gridley are wonderful people. I've gotten to know them over the last 6 months. We need operators like that in this town that are honest, they look after the town, and they're going to deliver a wonderful product. And to deny them 1 day a week is just, I don't understand the reason before that. So I urge that they'll be able to operate in parity with the other businesses in this town. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I'd like to invite Mr. W.C. Lusk to the podium, please. Mr. Lusk? Oh, I'm sorry, had the other item. Okay, thank you. Then that concludes the public comment for this item, Mayor.
Okay, so I will close the public comment, and I guess as our city attorney said, we won't hear it later in the agenda because we're going to vote on it September
19th, and Mr. Mayor, I might recommend a motion just to postpone and reschedule public hearing 9A, or public hearing A, and new business B, both to September 19th, as they will both be taken up again at that time.
Do you want that motion now or under new business?
Now would be appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so the public hearing is closed. Any comments before we open it for a motion? Okay, open it for a motion.
So the motion is to move it.
Both
September
public
19th.
hearing A and new business B. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for agenda item number 22-252 to move the public hearing and unfinished business presentations for the alcohol license for Six Bridges Brewing and Craft and Spirits at 1850 Heritage Walk to the September 19th meeting.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilor Moore and a second from Councilor Verhoff on exactly what Councilor Moore said. Does that sound good?
Excellent.
Good. All right.
Mayor Ken, I'd
Yep.
like to say he did mention unfinished business, and that B item is under new business.
Fair
Thank
enough.
you.
Did I misspeak? on
Just,
that?
I just wanted to speak. You did. It's my job to catch you, and
Oh,
I
good.
won. So
you
I don't
good
get it often, so let me
Are you
take
good with that
it.
motion?
No, I'm keeping score, and yes, that is one. for the
Thank
club.
you.
In order. Thanks.
All right, we're good. All in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, and then Councilor Moore was absent of that vote.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Will the city clerk please stay on the next item?
Mayor, that next item is consideration of an ordinance of the Mayor and Council of the City of Milton, Georgia, to establish the ad valorem tax rate of the City of Milton for fiscal year 2023 and for other purposes. The first presentation was at the August 1st regular council meeting, the public hearing number 1 at the August 1st regular council meeting, and the public hearing number 2 was at the August 8th work session council meeting. It's agenda item number 22235. Our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Bernadette Harville.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here this evening to discuss setting the calendar year 2022 millage rate, which will fund fiscal year 2023 activity. This is the third of the 3 required public hearings, and we'll go into the details of those requirements a little later this evening. Before we go into the presentation, I would like to point out that this body has not preliminarily approved any millage rate to date, nor have you provided feedback yet other than the mayor's request for staff to research ways to reduce the millage rate while maintaining service levels and current project timelines. So this evening will be the first time that council gives feedback on this millage rate and chooses which option they'd like to go with. So again, we'll go over those important definitions. We've been through this twice before, so we won't spend as much time on each of these items, but we'll go through the same presentation as in years past. And I have some information to show some of the calculations, as I believe there's been some confusion on how property taxes under the floating exemption are calculated using the different millage rate options. We will go over the open meetings requirements and discuss the millage rate options that staff has prepared. Again, council has the ability to approve any millage rate up to 4.731 mils and down to 0 if they should choose. The way we advertise allows council to have the flexibility to choose any millage rate without having to re-advertise and go through 3 hearings again. That also helps to not delay the county from submitting the digest and making availability for billing in a timely manner. We'll break down the maintenance and operating digest. We'll explore the anticipated revenues for the FY 2023 general fund budget. We'll look at ways that property owners can reduce their tax liability. We'll go into the calculation of a tax bill and the value of the tax dollars for each individual to Milton. So again, we have a mill, which is $1 per $1,000 of assessed property value. We'll talk about that often this evening. We have the fair market value. Again, that's the fair market value assessed by the Fulton County Board of Assessors, not by Zillow or any realtor or other agency, just by Fulton County. By law, they are to maintain those values in accordance with those other calculations, but they do have the right at the end of the day that their fair market value is what the city of Milton has to use. Your assessed or taxable value is the assessed or taxable value is the 40% of the fair market value. So we take that 40% of the fair market value by the county and you multiply that times your millage rate after you reduce it by your exemptions, and that is the taxes owed to the city in the given year. We'll talk about the rollback rate and the millage equivalent that's used to calculate that. So the rollback rate is the previous year's millage rate less the millage equivalent to the net total assessed value added by reassessment. So it's taking out that inflation piece from the reassessed values. And the millage equivalent is the equation where the reassessment of the existing real property is divided by the current year's net digest and then multiplied by the prior year's millage rate. Again, I know it's a mouthful. We have all the calculations to show you exactly what that means in the presentation. So again, whenever the proposed millage rate, and again, like I said, we use the capped millage rate just to be able to not have to re-advertise, exceeds the rollback rate, the city must hold these 3 public hearings. We had our first public hearing along with first presentation on August 1st. Last Monday, we had the second public hearing. Tonight, we have our third and final public hearing, and the council will vote later this evening under unfinished business. So under our advertising requirements, we have to have 2 different advertisements. This is the first one that takes that reassessed value piece and assigns the millage equivalent to it. At 4.731 mils, there would be a 12.48% increase. At the 4.469, that is a 6.25%, and at 4.206, that would be 0%. So that's showing how that would work under the 3 different millage rate options. When looking at the other advertisement here, this number has been circulating as the digest increase year over year has been circulating as the exact increase by which property taxes are increasing. I'd like to just point out that the 17% is the digest increase from 21 to 22 if 4.731 mils were to be passed and 100% of all property taxes were to be collected. So if you were to change that to 4.469 mils, that drops to 10.5%, and at 4.206 mils, that drops to 4%. So I just wanted to show that that is how that reads and how the math works on this ad. So again, this is the snippet of the PT 32.1 that we have to use. I know this is a technical spreadsheet. I have a little more of an easy calculation to show you later this evening. This is just for transparency to show the net digest year over year and the numbers we used in those calculations. I don't want to go over each one of these individually. I know we've been over it twice before, but I'll be happy to answer any questions about the math if anyone has any questions. Again, this is the math behind the first ad we looked at, the notice of property tax increase and how that works. And this is the math behind the 5-year digest. And you can change out the millage rates in each of these ads, and you'll see those numbers corresponding to the numbers we just spoke about. So here we have the different millage rate options that council or that staff has presented. Again, you have the right to choose any millage rate you'd like. We have the capped millage rate, which happens to be the 2021 millage rate that was used last year's tax billing for this fiscal year's activity at 4.731. We have the midpoint millage rate at 4.469 and the rollback rate at 4.206. At the very bottom of the screen, you will see the separately calculated green space bond millage rate, which is variable in order to collect the revenues necessary to pay off the required debt, including principal and interest in the given year at 0.452 mils. Next, I'd like to go over some of the general fund revenue anticipations, again, using that total net digest and then breaking that down across the 3 different millage rates we've been speaking about at the 2 different collection rates. Again, real property typically comes in at 97% for year 1 and personal property at 65% for year 1. And you can see those different revenues. We show that again here as a total calculation. Should 4.731 mils be the chosen millage rate, total budgeted revenues for the year would be $15.6 million. At 4.469, it would be $17.8 million, which is $865,210 less than the 4.731, or 6%. And at 4.206, it would be $13.9 million, which is $1,733,723 less than 4.731 at 12%. So there I broke down and showed everything you can see for the differences between the millage rates from a revenue standpoint. Again, that would include reassessments, new construction, and any improvements to property.
Hey, Bernadette, I apologize for interrupting. Can you just clarify what the total budget revenues would be under 4.469?
14.8.
You said 17 million. So
Oh, I apologize.
All good.
Sorry,
Just wanted to make that clear.
14.8 million. Oh, sorry. Okay, off script, see? Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, and then one more piece of information I have at the very bottom for you for reference to show what we are comparing to what we are currently collecting in the given year. The FY22 current year real property amended budget is $13,129,743. That is only slightly changed from the original projection, so we projected fairly accurately last year. And then collections to date are running right along with that projection. At 7/26, when we first presented, we were at $13,030,473 in collections. We have gone through the most recent appeals process, and there were some refunds issued, so we have actually dropped in revenue this time, but there's also other bills that have been issued, so there may be some collections between the end of the year, and we're at $12,997,884. So that's, if you see any fluctuations, that's when we do the appeals every 60 days and some refunds go out. I'll stop here if anyone has any questions. Okay. We've gone through the general fund budget. Again, the budget presented to council is based on a 4.469 mils collection. That would be able to fund all of the requests that the department heads went over in order to meet the projects that they have within their different project plans and other conversations we've had with council. We had a spotlight on the revenues. Again, you can see that this corresponds directly back to the 3 different revenue rates that we showed in the last slide at a 4.469 millage collection. Going over the opportunities for tax savings, we have certain homestead exemptions that are available to all residents, and then we have other homestead exemptions that are available only to our senior population as well as our fully disabled population. The basic homestead exemption is $15,000 you can apply with the county, and that comes off after your floating homestead exemption, as any of the others do. So your floating homestead exemption counts first, and then all your other exemptions come off after. I'm going to go over in great detail in a moment the floating homestead exemption, so for right now I'm going to skip over it. We have our senior exemptions, which you apply right here at the city for. So if someone you know is a neighbor and is older, 65 or older, please let them know. We do our best to put out information through our newsletters and other electronic means, but I know sometimes seniors don't have access to that. So if anyone knows a senior, please let them know. Additionally, we have $15,000 for those 65 and older with no income requirements at this time. And those who are 65 and older and do meet an income qualification get an additional $25,000 or another additional $10,000 at this time to total $25,000. On the ballot this November will be 3 referendums. Two of which, when combined, will remove the income requirement for 65-year-olds and just give them a flat $25,000 for being 65. And that will apply now both to the maintenance side and the bond side, where before the first one only applied to the maintenance side. So that, and then the other one for age 70 and older who meet income qualifications will get a full value exemption. Currently, Our threshold for that is around $76,000. The initiative on the ballot would increase that to $100,000. So if you make $100,000 or less, you would now qualify, if that is approved by the voters, for that full value exemption, currently around that $76,000 to $80,000 number. Again, with the disability exemption, you have to have a certified by a physician full disability and meet those income qualifications as well in order to have that full value exemption. I want to take a moment and step out of this presentation. I have prepared a slide to show, before we do, I just wanted to remind everybody that the floating homestead exemption was passed by the state legislature. It applies to the primary residence and 5 contiguous acres of land. It is a very important exemption for our residents, and I'm going to show you how that works in just a moment here. We take, I think it would be easier to jump in. Can everyone see that? I know it's little print.
Might want to zoom in just a little bit.
And zoom in, and then we can kind of go across it. Is that better?
Yep, that's probably better.
Okay, so again, in this example, we are making an assumption that this particular property has its entirety of either 5 acres or less, and its property all contained within the floating homestead exemption. If you have more land or other buildings on the parcel, those would be outside of this. So in this particular, we took one property, an example property, at the current fair market value, which we've been speaking about. So in 2019 was the first tax year in which the floating exemption applied to parcels. Every homeowner who had a basic homestead exemption at that time were given a credit for the lower of 2016, 17, or 18's home value. For this particular property, 2017 happened to be their lower of those 3 years at $625,000. In the law in House Bill 710, it stated in year 1 that base value would be multiplied by 4.23%, which represents the CPI, Consumer Price Index, from December 2015 to December of 2017. Everyone with me?
Mm-hmm.
So that would give you your adjusted base value. The city, at this time, could not charge a tax higher than what is 40% of that, which is your taxable value. That is the taxable value. Nothing can go above that. Your other exemptions can come off of that, but the city can't tax a value higher than that, no matter what the county appraised the property at on their assessment notice that they get back in somewhere between April and June, depending on the year. So regardless, the county could say, and I can show you in a minute, I have all the calculations here. The county could say your property is $1 million, and we still couldn't tax you on any more than that blue field, which you see carries down all the way here, and I show you multiplied by the millage rate. So I will show you quickly, say this was $1 million. Notice this 1232.78 wouldn't change. Only your exempt amount would change. This field changes because the additional value gets exempted. So then we travel into the next calendar year. Your adjusted base value from the prior year carries over as your newly adjusted base value, right? So now the new CPI or 3%, whichever is lower, as the law states, every subsequent year after that is following that math. It was 1.8% as calculated by Fulton County. Fulton County calculates that numbers and gives that to the city. So your adjusted base value gets multiplied by that value. And then you have your new taxable value that you cannot tax any higher on. I know that we've talked about Fulton County increasing home values by different amounts. So for this example, we have 5%. You can make it 150%, and it would not change anything in what we can tax you. It only changes the exempt amount. I know that's been not as clear or transparent based on the information that has to be sent out in the assessments, but we've gone through some of the parcels, and this is what the county's sending us. If anyone has any concerns about their individual parcel, we'll be happy to call the county and find out what's going on with them. But this is what should, by law, be happening. So again, in that given year, we can only tax you on this amount, less any other exemptions you have, and you would have seen an increase year over year in taxes owed by the same amount that the property increased by. If you do not have an exemption, you would see an increase on your taxes based on the appraised value change. That is true if the millage rate doesn't change. So no millage rate change and a value change, you'd pay based on the additional value change. So this is a very, very important exemption for all of our community, and I encourage everybody who is eligible to get that to please apply.
So Bernadette, I think this is where there's been a whole lot of misinformation. That everybody thinks that because the property values are going up, that proportionately this
Correct.
goes up as well. I've gotten a number of emails about this, and this is, I think, goes to the heart of it. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I know this
Okay.
was one of the biggest concerns back when this law was passed, which is why I believe the state came into play to do this. So
Okay.
this is, having that homestead exemption is key. So I go through it again the same way in 21, and let's look at 22. So again, you see that in 21, 1.2% was the CPI. In 22, we know the CPI is greater than 3%, so it will be 3% this year. So even though the actual appraised value of the property from Fulton County in this example increased by 21%, and I'll show you from 2019 to 2022, the taxable value couldn't increase by that 20%. It can only go by the different inflation rates each year. So that's part one of the presentation. I'll stop to answer any questions about how just the floating exemption should be working according to state law that was passed. But now we'll look into how that actually impacts with the 3 different millage rate options we've been talking about. For this example, I've used 4.469, not making any assumptions about what council would like to do, but based on the presentation of the budget we sent through. So at 4.469 mils, you can see that the tax bill for this particular property, no matter, even if you change this to a 150% increase in value, would remain the same at $1,235.69, which is our millage rate times the net assessment. That would be a 2.7% decrease in taxes owed from 2021.
Bernadette, really quick. So on this one, the taxes owed 1,235. That pretty much brings them back to what, year 20, like 9?
It is 0.24% more than
Oh, there
2019
you are.
in this case.
Okay.
I have that right there for you.
And so
Now,
what-
you could change this. I have all the formulas in here. You could change this to 4.731, and you'll see that that is 3%, which is equivalent to the allowable increase in growth. So if the millage rate remained the same, you would enter a floating homestead exemption for your whole property, you would see a 3% increase. And you can change that to the 4.206, and you'd have the decrease of the difference between the change in the exemption and the different millage rate calculations we have. Right, so I'm going to put that back to 4.469. I'll change this back to 10% for purposes of our example. And so we have here putting it back to 4.469. Here are the different 3 in 2022 at the 3 different millage rates. Again, what we showed you. So 4.731 corresponds to 1308.13. You see how those match? 4.206 would be 1,162.97, which is right here. So you can see the difference between, again, like we just showed you in the last slide, a 4.731 millage rate and the full rollback is 12%. And the difference between the midpoint and the full rollback is 6% on what you would owe in this given year. Here we have the dollar amounts represented. So the difference between these 2 millage rates is 72, for this particular example, $72.44 and $72.72. And then I just showed, everyone's been asking, well, what would they pay different from last year? We don't have parcel level data to actually do this for everybody. This is a made up example. But if you were to look at what they are scheduled to pay under 4.731 compared to what they did pay at 4.731 last year, again, it's that 3% increase. If you roll back to 4.469, they would see a 2.7% decrease. And if you roll back to 4.206, the 8.43% decrease. So I know there's been a lot of confusion about how that works. I hope this has dispelled it, and I hope it makes everyone want to run out that is eligible to get it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, so it sounds like if you don't have your homestead exemption, you know, that can add up over time
And
for sure.
I'll scroll back a little bit. If you do not have your homestead exemption, you would be paying based on, let me go right here, on this assessed value.
Mhm.
So you'd be paying the millage rate times this 40%, this one, and see how that's increasing every year. So you would be paying that.
Berta, can you remind us what the homestead exemption application deadline is? It's already
April
passed for this
1st
year.
for both the city and the county. You apply for the basic homestead and the floating homestead exemption at the county, and it trickles down on our digest to us automatically. You don't have to go do it twice.
Yeah, so this year that's passed. Anybody who doesn't currently have it, unfortunately, they'll have to pay
Unfortunately, that's true.
but they could apply for it for next year.
Yep, they can apply as soon as tomorrow for
anytime
next
between
year.
now.
We accept
Correct.
applications right now for the next qualifying year.
And
So I
so
just,
really quick, so like a year like today, which is, or a year like now with inflation at 9%, it's capped state law. You're at 3%. So if we keep having inflation every year at 9%, the 3% is the max, correct?
So
Okay.
as costs for services and different vendors and things like that and items we purchase go up, we cannot keep that
Okay.
pace according to this law passed by the state to ensure that homeowners aren't seeing that race.
Got it. Okay.
But question on the homestead exemption. If I apply for my homestead exemption, I don't have to do that every year.
That's correct.
Once I've recorded it, so if I've applied for it and it's in my current tax, this was the law that basically was trying to protect us from having what happened in 2018 when all of a sudden people got 20%, 50%, 100% increase in property value by Fulton County. This law tries to level it out so that you can't realize the value in your home in real dollars. So rather than taxing you at the full value, this gives either the CPI or a max of 3%. But once you've done your homestead exemption, you don't have to go back and worry about it every year. I
I'd
just
like
want
to
to
put
make
a
sure that was
small
clear.
asterisk next to that. I know having trusts are very important to a lot of our communities. We see them come through on the digest rolls. If you sometimes put your home into a trust or change anything on the deed name, that may alter or impact your exemption. So you want to make sure that you check with the county that it's still in place. That's the one asterisk I want to put out there, is that even if it's still your home and you put it into a trust, you want to double check and make sure the county pulled over your exemption.
So if I refinance my home in the last 2 or 3 years, the title is still
No
under
deed
my name,
change.
homestead exemption exists. I've lived in my home 26 years. I applied the first time. That homestead exemption continues to carry through unless I change the legal entity to a trust or something.
Yes, sir, and
Okay.
or anyone else in your family. As long as you keep that same name on it the whole time through, you're good. If you are adding and removing anybody, I would just double check to be safe.
Okay, and then one question while we're talking about that. If someone buys a home, let's say the home was valued, they paid, $800,000 for their home. The prior homeowner was paying whatever their caps were, but once it's sold, do they start at the value? Does that restart the clock essentially for them? They apply their homestead exemption, but it basically says, here's what the value is. This is what you paid for it. This is where you're starting from an assessment standpoint.
Yes, it's my understanding it actually gives them the one prior year to compare to. So if the prior year was lower, they can base it off the prior year. I have to double check that for you, but they would be going off of the new homeowner would be going off of these assessed values as kept up to date by Fulton County, not the prior owner's base value.
Right. So essentially, as homes are sold, they get reset at the actual value when it was sold, and that's what we would be collecting tax on.
Fair market value.
Right, it's not necessarily
So
the
if
sales
they
value.
paid
There's,
if they paid over.
well, there's litigation. The reason there's litigation on that issue right now in Fulton County that I can brief you on later, but that is an issue. But the city manager is correct. It's fair market value, and yes, they do not realize the benefit of the past exemption. You start anew.
Okay, so that would be, and again, that's the assessed value, and county generally is going to pick up what you paid or something close to it for your assessed value.
That they might
Correct.
just. They might just.
Okay.
And then they'd start their pattern of the 3% or the CPI. So they would
Right.
have that
Then
locked
I'm
in.
protected. When I buy my new home in Milton, I can't get, if it goes up 300,000 or it goes up 10%, I'm going to be capped at either the CPI or 3%. As long as I filed my homestead exemption, then that's the cap that we put in place with that new
And that's the
legislation.
taxable value piece. And then dependent upon the millage rate
Right.
is the difference in
That's the
lowering
variable,
that.
right, which is what we're talking
I
about.
want to make sure we complete that sentence. We've been saying it, but we haven't been completing the sentence, which is 3% or CPI. Here's the rest of the sentence, whichever is lower.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So
We
in
need to
years
make
where
sure we
maybe
clarify
even,
that when we
right.
say that.
mhm.
Right. So
It's
it's a
not an
cap.
option. It's not a guess. It's 3% or CPI, whichever is
And when it was
lower.
1.8 and 1.2, I don't know, we were seeing that it would be 3% this soon and here we are.
And that is what Fulton County calculates, and they give us the figures, say, let's say this year, it's 9%. Well, then the 3% goes in, because we've had relatively level or not really inflation for a number of years. Now, Austin, we're seeing the impacts of inflation on everything, but we're capped at 3% if inflation is above that.
Correct. And
Okay.
there's a very specific form that they have to look to from the Department of Labor for that exact, so they're not just doing calculations, they have to look to a specific form from the Department of Labor within the law. So it tells them exactly where they need to go, from which statistical summary and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Really quick question. I know back in, I think 2018, when we reduced the millage rate, did people's property taxes actually go down that year? Just, do you know? Because this seems to be like the first year taxes are actually going to be going down for people. Do we know? Did
Say
they
that
go,
again?
when we lowered that millage rate that one year when Fulton County messed up all the assessments,
2018.
did people's actual property tax go down? Do you know off the top of your head?
So again, I would have to look at that specifically.
Okay, just curious.
But it would be dependent upon the individual properties.
Because I know the
assessed
value
change,
went up
right?
so much, so.
So some of that would have been offset. So like in this example, you're offsetting some of that increase even further by lowering the millage rate. So in theory, yes, unless that change in value outpaced the reduction that you did with the millage rate.
That makes sense.
So that, I'm speculating, but the likely answer to your question is they didn't go down because there was such a egregious change by Fulton County. That's what created the fight. So once it was established, now we've got this new methodology that has saved us from Fulton County ever doing that to us ever again.
And with our capped millage rate, it pairs with that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
So then we can go back just quickly to just finish out the presentation. Again, we have other opportunities for savings. You have a CUVO, which changes you from having it based on your house value to be based on the actual use. So you'd be taxed on your use, not your land value. Again, your assessments, we just went over that. It's very important for everyone to understand. The county has to put your technical assessment value on there, and they do not show you your exemption. So you will not be able to utilize this in order to determine what that exempt value is. And by all means, please, call the city to make sure your exemptions are still in place, because the county does not have those by parcel level data, but on our bill, you'll see them. We go through the math again to show you. Now take out the floating exemption. Let's just talk about from a basic homestead exemption standpoint. Again, you would pay these values if you had no floating homestead. Sometimes property values, in rare cases, are lower now than they were in 16, 17, or 18. We have a few examples that we found with that. And those people would not get their floating homestead exemption, even though they're eligible for it if it were to increase. And here you can see the difference between the millage rates. Again, it's 6% between the first two and 12% between the capped and the rollback. We just break down for you according to the budget that has been prepared by staff, where those tax dollars are going to, so you can understand that. So approximately 42% of that money would be going to public safety, about 14% to your governing body, including finance, HR, communications, and different departments like that, and approximately 18% to the capital pay-as-you-go program. And then again, just showing you what does this mean per day. So at the highest possible millage rate, a taxpayer with a $625,000 average fair market value with only the basic homestead exemption would pay approximately $3.05 per day for all the services that staff has prepared in the FY23 draft budget. It would go down depending on the other millage rates. So I'll be happy to answer any questions and any other math exercises you'd like to do.
I think that clarified a lot based on a number of the misperceptions that I've gotten in email. So thank you.
Any other questions for Bernadette before we have public comment? Okay, we'll go to public comment.
Mayor, I'd like to first invite Ms. Nia Courtson to the podium, please.
And these are 5 minutes, correct?
Yes, 5
okay.
minutes.
Okay.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Nia Corsten, and I reside at 550 Owens Farm Road and have been a Milton resident for 15 years. I'm here tonight respectfully requesting a full rollback of not a reduction in the millage rate that has been proposed and being voted on tonight. Anything short of a full millage rate rollback is a tax increase. In fact, the 4.469 millage rate translates into a 12.48% increase in our property taxes. All Americans, not just Georgians or those that live in Milton, are experiencing difficult times. We are facing the highest inflation rate in more than 40 years. Despite the current White House administration's definition of recession and its denial, make no mistake, we are in a recession. This is not the time to be raising our taxes, nor is it the time to be expanding our city government payroll. In fact, one of the key drivers in the decision to break away from Alpharetta and form the city of Milton was to keep our government small and fiscally responsible. Today, you are voting for a budget that includes at least 11 new full-time positions at a price tag of almost $1.3 million. This reflects just about a 3.3% of the overall budget. I am asking, why are you doing this, and why now? Are we not functioning well as a city without these additional positions? Why not look to see if we can cover some of these new positions and responsibilities with our existing employees? Or survey Milton taxpayers if they even want or need these newly created positions, especially during a 40-year record high inflation that is impacting every Milton resident household, including our seniors that are on fixed incomes. Additionally, the city of Milton was granted by the federal government through ARPA funds an additional $14 million. We do not need to ask our taxpayers to dig deeper into our pockets for additional government bloat. I trust as our elected officials put in place to serve and protect your citizens that you've already carefully vetted the need for each new position being proposed in this budget. Having said that, just this morning, I had to revise my public comments because of a change in the maintenance and operating initiatives. Originally, the newly added position of Chief Resilience Officer, or CRO, was itemized under the City Manager Department and is curiously now listed under the Fire Department, under the disguise of a fire department reorganization and represented as one additional full-time deputy chief. The title and job description change, but not the $184,049 salary and benefit package. Why? Was this a bait and switch? Could it be that adding an almost $200,000 a year salary job is easier to sell as a full-time fire deputy chief versus a CRO? Could it be a lesson from the CDC or the federal government for changing the definition of words? I was compelled to dig deeper into the role of the CRO and did a little research. Here is a job description for a CRO. As jurisdictions and corporations face the effects of climate change and the related economic instability, social inequality, migration, and resource scarcity, they are starting to develop comprehensive strategies that closely to interlink ecology and resilience, focusing on the capacity to withstand climate shocks. A CRO leads the development of a resilience strategy, a process which the CRO brings in a wide variety of stakeholders to help identify the entity's resilience challenges, its capabilities and plans to address them, and to identify the gaps between these two. Does our city really need this position? I think not, and I think many of our citizens would agree. I'm sorry, I really am, for sounding suspicious or somewhat cynical, but after seeing what has occurred over the past 2 years, this doesn't seem to be a stretch. My son graduated from UGA this past May. Sadly, several of his fellow graduates had their job offers rescinded due to the recession, impacting too many companies in Georgia and across this country. My heart breaks for these young professionals. These companies had to make the difficult decision to slow spending during the current financial downturn. Rather than passing the burden onto the backs of your citizens, I am asking that you all act, and in this case vote, with the same fiscal discipline demonstrated by these private corporations and vote against this tax increase. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to invite Ms. Lisa Cawley to the podium, please.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Cawley. I live at 14680 Freemanville Road. The American people are suffering with inflation and the economic turndown, which began in 2021. I have some economic data that I want to share with you. Michael Hartnett, Chief Investment Strategist for Bank of America, has warned clients of a looming recession shock in the U.S. economy. The Federal Reserve's plan to raise interest rates to bring down the highest inflation in 40 years will lead to shockwaves across the economy. Deutsche predicted unemployment rate would increase by 1.5%, bringing the total out of job to 5.1% in 2023. While the Fed plans to bring interest rates up to 2% by the end of the year, the bank predicts the rate to go up to 3.5% in 2023. This comes as the U.S. Treasury's 2-year yield surpassed the 10-year yield last week, a precursor to every U.S. recession. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Economic Analysis, inflation from February 2021 to February 2022, meat and poultry are up 13%, cereal 7.5%, gasoline 38%, airfares 13%, used cars 41%, and fruit and vegetables 7.6%. According to the U.S. Consumer Prices Inflation Index in June, inflation was at a 40-year high at 9.1%, up from 7.9% in February. We are at historically high levels. The central bank projects overall inflation will be up 4.3% just this year. Meanwhile, economic growth is projected at 2.8% this year, a steep drop from the 4% growth projected this past December. The National Association of Realtors found the U.S. Housing Affordability Index fell to 98.5 in June, the lowest recorded in 33 years. Average mortgage payments rose $647 in January due to higher rates and record home prices. America is in a recession after second straight quarter GDP decline. The Commerce Department on Thursday said U.S. gross domestic product shrank 0.9% last quarter, following a 1.6% decline in the previous quarter. Fulton County Board of Commissioners meets this week. They will be voting on raising the millage. What are the chances the Fulton County Board of Commissioners will vote to raise the mills? If Milton doesn't do a full rollback, then Milton residents will be impacted by both Milton and Fulton County increases. Did you know in 2021, the U.S. set a record for the highest tax revenue in the history of our country? We ran a $2.8 trillion deficit. The issue is not that we are not taxing enough. We literally set a tax record. The issue is that we spend too much. Stop unnecessary spending during this historically high inflation level. This applies at the local city level of government as well. If now isn't the time to give Milton taxpayers a full rollback, when might we ever be in a situation where we would? The full rollback would help taxpayers get through this recession. Out of 16 years, only 1 year did Milton do a full rollback from the cap. Now is not the time to spend and fulfill a wish list of new government employee positions. We need to table and re-examine the absolute need for the positions. The difference between a full rollback and partial rollback is north of $850,000. Our budget and spending in Milton has increased tremendously from $3.3 million to $39 million in 5 years. And we're not going to go any lower every year adding new positions. We became a city to provide our citizens with our own services, getting away from Fulton County big government and unnecessary spending. The responsible decision for the families in Milton is to vote for a full rollback this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The city clerk will please stand next.
I'd like to invite Robin Frickton to the podium, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name's Robin Frickton. I live at 2970 Francis Road. I've been up here for about 40 years. The taxes, what's going on with the taxes? I mean, even with all the things that the city has done to try to save us, my taxes have gone up over the years, $30 a year, 50, whatever. I mean, it keeps going up. It's very slow, luckily. But I would like to see the rate at the lowest level that we could get. As everybody has said, we have inflation. Okay, it's a national thing. One thing that I always liked about our city was it really wasn't that political until the last 2 years. And all this rigmarole, it's all about federal. But the lower levels, were, if you're a senior and if you're or even young, it's hard, it's hard to get the increases from your employer to meet what's been going on with inflation. These people complain about the inflation. When I moved up here, my mortgage rate was like 15%. Now, I don't remember people screaming bloody murder back then about how bad it was. Yeah, it was hard, and my God, you couldn't get anybody to pay you worth the flip. But we made it. And I expect the city and the city council to, to buckle down and try to keep it down. I know you guys want to hire. We're a young city. You're trying to meet the needs and the services of people, and everybody demands it right now. But to do it right now costs money. And maybe my neighbors have the money. I don't know. I don't. I mean, I'm retired, and I appreciate what the city council did and Rick getting this the senior exemptions on the ballot. Hopefully that will pass. It will help. Other counties get away and cities get, when you reach 70, it doesn't matter about your income. What matters is you're 70 and they know you're on a fixed income. It is rough when you're on fixed income and you're old. Hate getting old because you get sick and sicker. But, we've enjoyed our time up here. It's been working with the city council over the years and talking to y'all has been great. But like I said, it really wasn't political. I don't know. The assumption is you're all Republicans. Don't know, don't really care. I vote for the person. I don't vote if you're Republican. Of course, now the way things are going, I may have to consider that. I mean, it's, but I've never worried about it. It wasn't a big deal. It was, we were all neighbors, and it's always been good to work with the people up here. So I'm hoping that you'll see we need to keep the money down, keep our expenses down, help the people out, whether you're a senior citizen or a young person living in Milton. Try to keep it down, save some money, build up the bank account for when things get bad, and go from there. But I appreciate what you guys have been doing over the years. It has been a lot of fun with all the things going on, seeing the city grow and seeing all the different things that we're trying to do. But if we can keep the taxes down, it would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frickton.
Mayor, I'd like to next invite Ms. Mary Cronk to the podium, please.
Hi, my name is Mary Cronk, and I live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane in Milton. And I appreciate some of the clarification that we had. I think that's very helpful. I'm still a little confused on that additional floating exemption and how that plays a role. And I don't know if I read everything correctly, but it looked to me like you had to have a certain amount of acreage in order to get that. So I sent you all some information that I had developed, and that may not be accurate. And I apologize if there's any confusion with that. But what I did want to point up, and I'm just looking at the change from our 2020 taxes to our 2022. And I'm looking at the 2020 presentation, the budget presentation, and the numbers. And maybe I can kind of did a little hand stuff here because I changed my tactics. And I'm hoping that we can pull that up. Maybe not.
It's just a delay. It'll come.
Okay. So this was from 2020 at a fair market value of $400,000, and this is directly from the budget book. We had an assessed value. They took that off. We took off the homestead exemption. So you got the subtotal of $145,000. And your total taxes due were then $686. I have to move this up so you can see the rest. And then we have for 2022, we had the fair market value of the average home was $625. This was from the presentation for 2022 property tax. I took it directly from that. The adjusted then, you take off the 40% and you take off the $15,000 homestead exemption, and you go down to $1,111.79 at a 4.731. And so on. So you get down to 4.206, which would still be $988.41 that a person would owe in taxes. If you compare those numbers that we would be paying in 2022 to the $686 that were paid in taxes by that average $400,000 home, which if we're looking at a fair market value, should have been fair market value in 2020, the same as a fair market value in 22. You're going to see that we would pay at a 4.731, it's a 61.9% increase. You're going from $1,111.79 from this in 2020 to this in 2022, okay? You're going from this in 2020, 686 at 4.469 to 1050. That's where I'm getting some numbers. I'm hoping that what I'm doing is reading this correctly. I'm getting that maybe I'm not, but all I was doing was looking at what was in the budget book for 2020 and what was in the presentation for 2022. And I'm hoping that what I would also recommend is that we do the rollback. We do the full rollback based on everything that everyone else has said. And in my opinion, looking at the percentage and tax increase that our taxpayers have paid over time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to next invite Greg Kronk to the podium, please.
Hey, good evening. I'm Greg Kronk. I also live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane. And I would just like to ask the council to, as you look at bringing more money in, that you also think about the other side of the equation and watch your costs. And I think somebody else was much more eloquent than I am about that, but cost is so important. Y'all have done a marvelous job with the city since 2006. You've been brand new operation. You've brought so much stuff online, but like all new organizations, all new businesses, maybe it's time to stop and look at what you're spending. Because a lot of things that we're spending money on right now are not a one and done thing. Now you have to maintain them. You have to keep, now that you're giving somebody a big pay raise, you got to give them another pay raise next year on top of that big pay raise this year. There will come a reckoning at some point when all of a sudden, when property values do decrease at some point, which happens every now and then in this country, and we all live through that, but you still have this huge amount of money that you owe every year. Where's the money coming from? American history is littered full of cities that did great, were boom towns, and then they're bankrupt. Let's not let Milton, city of Milton, go the way of the county of Milton. Thank you very much. I'd also like to say, I couldn't really hear everything and see everything Miss Bernadette was saying, so I can't wait to get home and look at the film of it, because I really want to see how you got those numbers, because somehow what I got from the county is showing I'm paying more cash. That's all I know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to next invite Miss Candy Modowney to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name's Candy Muldowney. I live at 3325 Kentworth Lane. I'm here today to comment on the proposed tax increase. I am asking that you consider a full rollback of the millage rate. This would result in a zero increase in our taxes. This economy is at its worst point with a 40-year high in inflation, along with gas and grocery prices rising also. No one needs or wants to pay more in city taxes. Fulton County is also considering a tax increase, which means we could possibly be impacted by a county tax increase and a city tax increase. The suggested partial rollback would cause a 12.48% increase in our taxes owed. This is not the time to do this. We all need to be fiscally responsible. I understand the city received $14 million in COVID dollars from the federal government. We need to slow down our local government spending. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to invite Mr. Ed Parsons to the podium, please.
Ed Parsons, 1760 Red Road, Milton. Boy, how can I compete with these guys? They've got great presentations. And, I just want to remind you guys were elected by us. to represent us. And one of the most important roles that you have is to be fiscally responsible. And it's clear what the message is. How many people here are for tax increases? Like nobody. Just listen to the people that elected you. Nobody wants a tax increase. Everybody in this room wants it rolled back. You just have to listen to what they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, and the next one is Miss Mary Mayor. I'll read hers. She is here in the audience, but I will read hers. And my husband, I wish, she is at 616070 Henderson Road. My husband and I wish to be on record supporting a 100% rollback of the millage rate, not a partial rollback, thus neutralizing Fulton County's tax hike for the citizens of Milton, essentially keeping our taxes unchanged. We cannot find just cause at this time for permanently adding headcount for non-essential services when our citizens are facing economic hardship due to a blended 25% increase in housing, fuel, and food. The Federal Reserve has signaled 2 additional rate hikes in September and October, suggesting a further increase in mortgage rates currently in the 5% range. These rates increases are designed to slow down, if not stop, economic growth. We want to encourage new home ownership and at the same time provide relief to our neighbors, allowing them to ride out the economic turbulence in the coming year. Maintaining lowering our property taxes is currently the best course of action. Our understanding is our property taxes revenue is growing organically, given all the new housing construction and businesses now operating in our city. We support wage increases and equipment for our police and firefighters. We do not support nor see a need for a virtual visitor center and other non-essential services at this time. We would like to see non-essential budget increases tabled for the near term. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Kevin Modowney to the podium, please.
Good evening. Kevin Muldowney, 3325 Kentworth Lane. It's called Alpharetta, but it's certainly Milton. This is a year for the Milton City Council to show its residents that the council can be fiscally responsible and true to the reasons for our city's formation. We saw Fulton as a bloated behemoth, sucking tax dollars away and providing little in the way of essential services. The formation of Milton was intended as a city that would provide these services efficiently, be in tune with residents' needs, and above all, avoid government inclination to grow larger and larger. There is great economic uncertainty. The national economy is slowing. We've had 2 quarters of negative growth. The price of gasoline and groceries are out of hand. Inflation, as everybody said, is at a 40-year high. Remember the 70s? Residents, especially those retired on a fixed income, are forced to tighten their belts. Milton is considering initiatives that would, among other items, add $1.2 million in new staff positions. Another would purchase trendy electric bicycles for some of those new city employees to patrol our parks. An understandable function, but wouldn't a regular mountain bike be cheaper? Just a little aside. We've had quite a few prosperous years. The city tax receipts and budgets have steadily increased over the past 5 years. The proposed millage increase would be the largest single-year increase in those 5 years. We've received $14 million in COVID relief, $10 million of which going towards capital projects. Commercial property tax will increase this year from new businesses coming online. This is the environment in which the city needs to do some belt tightening of its own. We need a full rollback of the millage rate for a 0 increase in residential property tax. This will show the residents that we have actually created a government that is responsive and understanding to its residents' needs. Not a municipality on the road to government bloat like the very county we annexed away from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to next invite Brett Crum to the podium.
My name is Brett Cromie. I live at 14147 Seabiscuit. For the good of the city, I'd like to recommend that you reduce the millage rate to 4.2% or even lower. It's clear that city council and mayor positions are nonpartisan, but many, if not all of you, are members of the Republican Party, You've publicly supported Republicans, or you've declared as such while running for office. And it makes sense, as the majority of Milton residents and are conservatives and or Republican. It would be sad and disingenuous to now vote to raise taxes against the majority of the residents' wills, and it will belie your campaign speeches. Make no mistake, keeping the millage rate as where it is, or even partially rolling it back, is a tax increase, especially during this time of high inflation. There's no more time for threading the needle or some other such nonsense. It should have been rolled back last year, and that was a lost opportunity. It is not your money. It is not the city staff's money, no matter what superfluous way they want to spend it. It's the money that belongs to the Milton residents, and enough is enough. It is time to fully roll back the millage rate.
Thank you.
Mayor, I invite Karen Dubin to the podium.
Karen Dubin, 200 Davis Glen Court. After listening to everybody here, I'm just going to present this past week in my community, which is Richmond Glen. In my cul-de-sac, there is about five people that live in there, different members of the community that are about 60 to 65. And one of their big concern is the increase in the millage rate. They're also concerned about inflation. They're nervous about, how they're going to provide for themselves. And I think at this point, they're really, I guess, I think it's just they're concerned overall. So I would appreciate if you would consider the full rollback. And I just have to say this, when we went to look at the budget online, your budget is 159 pages. It took us about 5 hours to go through that budget. I'm sure, I know you advertised it, that it was out there, but maybe next time it could be more clear that when you put this out, you say to people, like, make it just plain layman terms. We're reviewing the budget. We're increasing this. I mean, that's a lot of pages to go through for somebody that, at least, I work, maybe they don't work, but that's a lot of time. So I just think you should think about some of these elderly people that live here. They want to live here. They shouldn't have to leave. And I think we should, take into consideration what they want also. Thanks.
Mayor, I invite Suzanne Hubbard to the podium.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Hubbard. I live at 14250 Freemanville Road. I'm a longtime resident. I was here when Milton was established. Back then, the reasoning to form Milton was because we could do things better and more efficiently. So I do not understand why we're considering raising the millage rate even a little, especially now. The last few years have been tough. Businesses lost, people have lost jobs, gas is up, food is up, everything is up. People are hurting or feel it in one way or another. This area is growing. There's more houses, especially around my house, that are going in. Commercial is being built up everywhere. There should be a lot of extra tax revenue right there. Sadly, more and more large landowners and farms and retired people are selling and leaving Milton. It makes me sad. That's why I moved up here, was for the farmland and the vastness of the area. It was totally unique. There needs to be a full rollback, especially now. Please remind people why Milton became Milton, that you listen to the residents and you do what's best for the community. Please vote for a full rollback. Thank you for watching out for this great community.
Thank you.
Matt Rowenzek, I invite you to the podium.
Good evening again. Matt Ronzak, 3001 Vickery Trace. And a lot of the comments that have been said, I don't want to reiterate or hit home. I think the message is pretty clear tonight in opposition of the proposed millage rate and a full rollback to the 4.2. And I would agree, if it could be lower than that, that would be fantastic. This is the definition of government creep. I think the mindset needs to be looked at because, maybe there should be, we have proclamations, right? Maybe there needs to be a day in the life for city staff, go live in a senior's home for a day, have conversations with seniors in this city. I talked to a grocery store manager a couple weeks ago, and he said the reason why our hot dogs and our hot dog bun sales are down and our white bread sales are up is because families are having to make decisions on what to buy. They can't even decide to have a cookout because of our current economic environment. So, to even propose this, like, we shouldn't even have to be here to make these comments, right? It should already be proposed to have tax decreases and to make a better environment for these residents. So again, to be blunt, this is a lot of reasons why people hate government. So definitely fully support the full rollback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dirk Niemeyer, I invite you to the podium. Mr. Bill Lusk, I invite you to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's W.C. Lusk. I live at 13.
God is speaking to you.
I speak the truth. 1355 Summit Road in Fields Crossroads. And I'm here tonight to speak, obviously, on the millage rate. Maybe a little history. Back in 2006, a referendum was proposed to us to create the city of Milton out of the formerly unincorporated Northwest Fulton County. And it was through the efforts of many of us here tonight, Councilman Morey, Councilman Moore, Lisa Cawley, and several others out here that have made it happen. And I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to live here and be a part of it. And that referendum at that time was approved by 80%, 86% of the voters. So it was very popular. The concept that was promoted for that referendum was that we could create or run our own government up here more efficiently and effectively and at more of a cost productive rate than what we were getting from Fulton County previously. And we also believe that we should operate our government under sound business practices and live within our means while providing the basic services that are mandated by the state of Georgia. And we've done that. And we've even exceeded those expectations. We've created a world-class city here with a world-class police department, fire department, community development department, and we've established here one of the greatest qualities of life within the state of Georgia. Well, the population has doubled in the 16 years since we were created. Our revenues have exceeded our expenses. And I appreciated the presentation by Ms. Harville earlier, but I believe we were just talking about property tax revenues. Well, that doesn't tell the whole picture. We have other revenues. And in 2019, we had revenues of around 16 million. In this fiscal year, from what I understand, our revenues are around 19 million, which in simple mathematics, not trying to make it difficult, that's $3 million or about a 29% increase in taxes. So it appears that what we're doing here is is maintaining the same property taxes while we're realizing taxes from other sources out there. As a senior citizen on a fixed income of sorts, and I think I represent a few other seniors here tonight, tax increases, particularly in this era of inflation and world unrest, is unpalatable. I think it's time that we need to get back to our basic fundamental principles and ideals that we established this city upon. I asked you to seriously consider tonight rolling back the millage rate to 4.2. This is a discussion that comes up annually, and you have the opportunity to discuss it again next year if this doesn't work. So this is not any bank-breaking exercise here to reduce this millage rate and roll it back completely. Thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you very much for your service to our community.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Okay. Well, we'll close the public comment and we'll probably just save council discussion and questions until the next item, which will be Ms. Bernadette Harville. So will the city clerk please say on the next item?
Mayor, that next item is consideration of a resolution authorizing the transmittal of a draft capital improvements element known as CIE 2022 annual update relating to the city's impact fee program to the Atlanta Regional Commission, ARC, for regional and state review. It's agenda item number 22253. Our Community Development Director, Mr. Robert Buscemi.
Wash my car. Away. Jesus.
Mayor, council again. At the last work session, we had Paige Hatley come up and just give you the rundown on the CIE. Later, you'll be voting on this. But I'll just give you quick. This resolution allows the city to transmit the draft CIE 2022 annual update to the Atlanta Regional Commission, that's ARC, for regional and state review upon approval by DCA, that's the Department of Community Affairs. The city of Milton may adopt the 2022 CIE annual update. Adoption is anticipated to occur by October 31st, 2022. This is a yearly update, so.
Do we have any public comment on this?
We do not.
Okay. Well, we'll close the public comment and thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so we have move on to unfinished business. Will the city clerk please say on the first item?
Mayor, that first item is consideration of an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Milton, Georgia, to establish the ad valorem tax rate of the city of Milton for fiscal year 2023 and for other purposes. Agenda item number 22235, Bernadette Harville.
My screen is blank right now. I was going to pull up the current millage rate options, but again, you have the opportunity to approve any millage rate you so choose. We are asking for the 0.452 mils in order to cover the debt service needed for the green space bond.
Okay. Real quick, is there any public comment on this?
No, sir. That
Okay,
was
so I'll
on
close the public
hearing.
comment. Open it up for questions for Ms. Harville and discussion from council.
I would have a question.
Sure.
Bernadette, could you then please review, I appreciate all of our speakers. Was there any misinformation that was brought forward that you thought that you had corrected earlier?
My biggest concern were just twofold. One, that council had in any way given any approval on a millage rate, which wasn't the case at the time. And I just wanted to be clear that you all had not made that decision yet. And I also just wanted to be really clear that each specific property value did not go up by 17%, that is the summary of the overall digest if a 4.731 millage rate were to be approved and 100% of all revenues were to be collected. So I just wanted to really reiterate that for everybody. And of course, showing how the floating exemption should work. So if anyone's not seeing that, they can contact us and we can work with them to help talk to Fulton County about what might be going on.
So really, what we're discussing, and this is, you can see we live in a great city when we're debating on how much to lower the millage rate is really what we're talking about. And so I think that Excel spreadsheet really made a lot of sense as we kind of went through it. So basically, and please just tell me if I'm wrong, if you have a homesteaded property in the city of Milton, and I guess it's 5 acres or under, your property taxes are actually going to go down, and they'll go down to the 2019 levels. Is that about right?
So everything that we've looked at, following your entire property, so there's been no improvements to your property, there's no other buildings on your property, and you're in that 5 acres or less.
Okay.
You should see, if 4.469 were to be approved, a 0.24% from 2019 and a 2.7% decrease from last year's 4.731.
And our levels of service remains the same for all our citizens.
Yes, sir. The current budget prepared by staff maintains current service levels while also addressing items in the comprehensive plan, the strategic plan, other master plans that have been approved with community input, as well as the current capital improvement plan projected timelines.
Just to clarify on that, so there is, the M&O initiatives represent increases generally in level of service.
Right.
Other than that, yes, it would be maintaining operations, but M&O initiatives by and large are increases in level of service.
And those M&O initiatives, those come from the comp plan and their strategic plan. Is that
That is
correct?
where they come from.
So I have a couple questions. One, based on what's going on with Lost, is it safe to assume there will be no new hires until Lost is settled? Is that correct?
My recommendation to council will be that we hold off on any new hires, any new positions until Lost is solidified.
Because Lost, and I mean, and please correct me if my numbers are wrong. Right now, the county gets 5%, 4.9 something share of Lost. Of course, we're in this negotiation now, and their first foray into it was 35%, which is obviously outrageous. And if they got 35%, which I obviously don't think they will, but if they do, what would be our millage rate? Do you have any idea?
I can tell you we'd have to make up approximately $3.2 million.
Okay. And so right now they're at 25%, and hopefully they'll come down. But I mean, that's also on the table. That is a very serious concern.
And you can kind of see in the 5-year history of levy ad where we have to show if you were to collect the same revenues without Lost, where that millage rate would be. So say we did not have Lost in these prior years, the millage rate would need to be up near these millage rates in order to collect that same amount of revenue at what we collected.
Got it.
That's how that
Which of course
ad works.
you can't do.
Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah.
So where in any of this, because I'm not able to track it, when it's mentioned that there will be a 12% increase? I mean, I can't find it in any of the numbers.
So the way that works is in the reassessment of real property, you have all of the parcels that are under that exemption, as well as those that are not, as well as commercial properties that are not eligible for that exemption. So any increases to those properties are also contained within that figure, as well as those who are protected by the exemption. Approximately 50 to 55% of our current real property is under that exemption.
Eva, I'd like to go back to the comment you just made and make sure I understood it correctly. If Lost is not available to us, I think you said we would have to make up approximately $3 million.
Can I just clarify one point?
Yeah.
If Fulton County got 35% of the lost revenue like they proposed initially, we'd have to make up approximately $3.2 million based on this year's collections. If there is no lost collection, we're talking about 11 point something million dollars.
And that's comparing, so that $3 million, call it deficit for the sake of this example, would have to make it up based on which millage rate that's currently being assessed by staff and us, obviously.
So the millage rates that we presented, and of course, none of those three are recommended by staff. We're just putting out there what the cap millage rate is, what the rollback was, and what's exactly in the middle.
Right.
For the council to consider. And of course, you can go anywhere from 4.731 down to zero.
To zero.
So none of those are contemplating the drop in loss because we don't know where that's going to go. So our numbers are based on the current setup, which is just under 5%.
Okay, so where I was going with that line of questioning is if we consider a rollback to one of the considerations offered to us this evening to look at, and the lost negotiation still goes badly with Fulton County, that $3 million could become significantly more if the negotiation goes badly and we roll back too far. That $3 million could become 4 or 5 or 6. So then we're not just looking at headcount considerations that would be on pause. We'd be looking at a significant impact on the overall budget, capital improvements, road maintenance, fire and police equipment. It's a significantly greater impact on us than.
It's been the great unknown for a while
Yeah.
throughout this process.
Yeah.
I think if that were to occur, we got 15 cities across the county that would have to do some major reckoning.
Well, I realize that, but
Yeah.
I think it's a realistic argument to be considered in the fact that it's not resolved. And
And it won't be resolved till the end of the year.
exactly. So we have to make a decision with that consideration being given. And my proposed consideration for us to think about is that how much bigger could that be provided if the negotiation were to go badly?
That's a good point.
Can I,
Sure, yeah.
Bernadette, we have to carry by law for these type of things, we have to carry a reserve in case we have an issue. How much do we have in our reserve right now, or what would we have, assuming things don't change dramatically? What do we have in reserve in case we had to guard against if we had an issue? Let's say we did do the rollback, the full rollback, and something did go amiss with lost revenue. We don't get that. It goes away. How much do we have right now set aside for a reserve for the city?
By law, the city has to maintain 25% of the subsequent year's revenues in reserve. So looking at this bottom line of these $3.8 million in revenues, we'd have to have 25% of that at the end of this fiscal year to be in compliance. The budget we're proposing would stay in line with that.
What's the dollar amount?
It's currently at $10.6 million. And you have to keep that by law in reserve.
Right. Okay.
That's
so-
not something that we, at this time, can choose to, and that would be if there were to be an emergency or a rainy day, or if we were to lose some revenue source, if there was a bigger downturn in the economy, that we could continue to operate, have public safety available, and those types of things.
Okay.
Now, anything exceeding that is collected or not spent has to, again, by law, be spent on one-time items. We can't build in recurring expenses to utilize those for. That's the same way the ARPA funding worked. One-time expenses. We couldn't use that to offset costs. By law, we couldn't use ARPA funds to offset any operating costs in lowering the millage rate.
I guess I'm just trying to look at raw numbers. I know we need to be fiscally responsible. I know we need to look at potentially what could happen, but we don't know what's going to happen. We do know we're heading towards a recession. Now, what I learned today from talking to you and the presentations, doing a partial rollback, doing the math that was out there, potentially or theoretically, depending on what your valuation change was and what the 3% cap is, you could get a lower tax bill this year, even doing a partial rollback, correct?
Yes, sir. If they're fully within that floating homestead exemption calculation, that is correct.
Okay, so I think that's the part that confused everybody, at least when people were going forward. They were just looking and thinking a rollback brings you back to zero tax increase. But with the new law, potentially you could do a partial rollback and you could get less taxes than last year. I guess going off from what Mr. Luss said, I go back to when we formed the city. We had half the population we have today. We started building from basically nothing, and staff has done a great job. Previous councils have done a great job in financially managing our risk and getting us up to service levels where we've got great parks. In fact, out of the 14 million, we're going to dedicate 10 million of that basically as a windfall to where normally we have our pay as you go. That would have taken a number of years to get that 10 million to be able to spend for parks. We got that kind of free, but even in the budget that you're looking at today, whether you do a full rollback or you do a 4.469, we still are saving in our pay as you go, correct? That's still part of that. It doesn't matter. We're gonna fund that and put money aside regardless.
That's correct.
Because I've heard for a number of years, oh, if we don't do the max thing, it's gonna hurt our pay as you go. Well, we just got a windfall where we're gonna be able to move forward on our parks, which is a good thing, but we're still being responsible, even the most conservative of the examples that we gave, by rolling it back, doing a full rollback. What I look at, I guess, working in budget in the past and in finance, I take a look at what's the gross revenues that we're collecting or property tax, because that's where it impacts us and it impacts businesses. If I look at your numbers, and I may not have it exactly right, 2019, we collected 15.3 million in property taxes that's in the budget that we use for comparison, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that for me one more time?
15.3, if I'm looking at the summary sheet, the general budget.
Yes,
ledger.
I have the dive into specifically by line item here in front of you, which shows that property tax category has in their franchise fees some other items. So this will show you a little more clearly where exactly that real property line item has changed over the years.
Okay,
If that's a little more helpful at all.
Okay, I guess I would go more, I'll just use the top level that you guys had prepared, and I'm using 15.3 is what shows in the general budget summary, that sheet for 2019, and then you've got 2020 is 16.571 million, and then 2021 on this sheet is 18.189 million, and then projected, if we do the midpoint rollback, is 19.826 million.
We're in the neighborhood. I'll have to figure out why the original sheet you have is a little off from ours, but for purposes of, we're right in that ballpark. And here's the overall summary, and then I broke it down again by a specific line item so everyone can see how that's changed year over year.
Okay, well, if I look at the subtotal, we're close to that.
Yes,
Maybe
yes, sir.
The 16.5 is higher than the 15.3. So clearly what we're seeing, it's not like we're raising taxes on everybody, but as we grow as a city with the 3%, with the reevaluations, with new properties, commercial property, and new homes being built, homes being sold and reassessed, we're collecting more revenue even as we scale back the millage rate. If we scaled it back this year to the full rollback, we're still collecting more revenue to the point that we could fund all our existing services today at the same service level. Is that correct?
That is an accurate statement.
Okay.
Should you choose to, you have the option where you take that money from, and you can choose to take it from increased services or the capital plan or current services. You can choose.
Okay.
What's that number really quick?
$886,513.
So that's what would have to be cut from the current budget, correct?
From the
Okay.
proposed.
From the proposed.
Okay.
Right. So
The draft,
868.
we'll call it the draft.
Okay, got it.
And what do we have in new, can you put up the sheet that shows us the M&O initiative summary, how much we're asking to fund
Let
in
me pull up that presentation.
rollback?
1.3.
1.324, I think is the number, but let me just pull it up so everyone can see it to be
Okay.
certain.
So even if we did the full rollback with the collection of taxes that we're getting, we still could fund some of the M&O initiatives.
I think that would also be a council discussion at a future budget meeting,
Right,
depending on what we
right.
want.
I guess I'm using theoretical because the built-in budget with the midpoint assumes the 1.3 million in new initiatives, correct?
Everything you saw in the workshop, including new initiatives, as well as the salary study, as well as capital initiatives are all included in that number. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So I guess the net of my concern is if I look at the budget and I do the full budget, what we spent starting, I'm not going to go back to 2006 because that's irrelevant at this point. But we've been providing good services. We have a top-notch fire, police, city staff, all that today. So what we spent in 2019, our budget, our amended budget, what we spent was 30.9 million. Is that correct?
Say that again. We're going back to the expenditures in the other presentation.
If I look down expenditures, if I look at the total expenditures on the summary page, it's 30.9 million rounded up.
Yes, I have to, I'm not sure what I will look at those formulas together, but right here I have total expenditures. And again, you can look at recurring expenditures in this
Right.
top subtotal.
Yep.
And then you can look at the capital pay-as-you-go, debt service, expenditures in this other one. So yes, sir.
Okay. And this is separate from the green space bond because that's a separate item altogether.
And I just want to point out really quickly, we're looking here at activity for 2 years versus a budget for 2 years. So we always encourage all of our staff members to get the best pricing on everything, and they're not authorized or, encouraged to spend every dollar that they have budgeted. So you'll see there are times in which our budget comes in lower, or our actuals come in lower than our budget. So please keep in mind when you're comparing across these columns, these are actuals compared to budget. Also, we budget very conservatively on the revenue side. So typically our revenues come in a little higher than our anticipated budget. So there's kind of a little action that happens at the end. Revenues come in higher, expenditures come in
Right.
lower.
Well, and I give you kudos because our staff has, every year when we amend our budget, the closing budget, we generally are giving back. We're trying to understand whether we don't backfill positions or whatever. So we're not just spending the money. But if I look at what we did spend, I'm just looking at a trend. Looks like we went from 30.9 million in 2019 with the budget that we've got recommended with the 4.2, the budget before us. It looks like we're going to have expenditure of about 39.1 million. That's like a 26% increase in 5 years. That's where my concern is on adding new initiatives, especially in light of what we don't know is going to happen. That would be my concern, to not do the rollback. The full rollback would still be able to fund some of the things that council and everybody thinks are important, like the police, weapons, and things that are in there. That's just my concern. Revenues continue to go up, which is a good thing. And as we develop more commercial properties, that's a good thing. We'll continue to collect. But part of what we did when we formed the city is we heavily relied on our residential property owners way more than any other city to fund our city operations with property taxes. And we said, we can do it. We'll do it better than Fulton County. And this staff and these past councils have done that. I guess my challenge right now is I can't address lost. We don't know what that's going to be. Fortunately, we have reserves. If we need to dip into them, let's hope we don't. City staff and the mayor are going to argue, so will the other North Fulton cities. And I'd encourage any resident to call their Board of Commissioner representative and give your input to them too, because they're the ones making the decision on both lost as well as our tax rate. I just think this is a year to be prudent. We could go below the 4.2 without funding any of these initiatives and still give the pay increases and all the other things we've discussed. So I'm not saying let's see how low we can go right now, but now that we understand, even with a partial rollback, we're going to reduce the property taxes. I guess what I'm looking at is how much of this is essential and necessary, even if it's in the strategic plan, how much of it is essential and necessary this year to do new initiatives?
I would say that that's probably a policy decision for this council.
Yep.
To determine what you want to see and when you want to see it. Staff's recommendations are based on what you see in the comprehensive and strategic plan, and when those groups identified when they wanted to see those things, because they're all built out to try to spread those across the 5-year terms. Though it's 2040 plan, you still do it over 5-year terms. So that's what's before you. It's based on what's in those plans. But council, of course, can determine, well, we're not ready for that. I heard some items that came up tonight during public comment that were removed already. So there are, because we're able to push them out potentially based on the comp and strategic plans to future years. But generally, that's what this is based on. It's based on, and the comp plan and strategic plan bring in all the other plans. They bring in our comprehensive transportation plan, our various parks master plans, things along those lines. And it's up to this council if you want to fund those, you want to increase those levels of service based on what's in those plans, or you want to defer those. I mean, that's how that's the next step in this.
Good. That's just kind of my concerns. If I look at the trend, the spending trend, it's great. We're getting more revenue. In uncertain times, that's where I'm saying what is essential? What is really essential? So as we add, or we've got M&O operations, and we know we could be facing, I know we'll be conservative, even if we funded all this, we would not hire until we know what the lost revenue is. That's just me personally. The rest of the council may not feel that way. I want to try to, if we can lower, not just at the 4.2, the 4.4, if we could go to 4.2 and further lower property taxes, we hope we see a shift going forward where we see our commercial sector rise more, because the residents have been paying for the budget, the bulk of it, for years. So if we can see that shift go, not even this year, but going forward, that would be a great thing. So that's where I guess I'm landing on the side. When I look at the numbers, and I just wanted to clarify, we would, if we went with the rollback, the full rollback, the example we had, don't mess with going below that, we would have to take out of the proposed budget $868,000.
Yes, sir. We
of
put
new
that there for you
initiatives.
so you'd understand exactly what that dollar amount was.
Okay, so that's where I'm coming up and saying we could still fund some of these initiatives that I support, but I just personally, and again, it's going to be up to council, I don't think now's the time to actually go and expand government at this point in time.
So, thank you, Rick. And really quick, Rick, I will agree with you on what council did in 2006. And every other year, they've done a tremendous job. We have like every city that I talk to, every mayor that I talk to in this city, I mean, around the area, is envious of this city. They're worried about raising their millage rates. They're worried about their fiscal issues. They're extremely worried about lost. And every council prior to us has done a tremendous job, especially with that pay-as-you-go system. We have done a wonderful, wonderful job. And like I said, we live in a great city where we're trying to debate how much are we going to lower our property or taxes. And it's a really, really good thing. And I know based on history, we've kept it at the 4.731 every single year, except for that one quirky year. And so this is, in my opinion, it's actually a pretty good time in Milton. So I appreciate all your remarks, Rick. I appreciate Bernadette and everything that you've kind of done. I'm definitely in that partial to 4.469, and just my opinion, it keeps our level of service the same for our citizens. It allows us to do some of the stuff in the comp plan that every council prior has been voted on. Obviously, we're going to pause all that until lost is negotiated. And as Councilmember Luss said, this is a year-by-year basis, and we can take a look next year and see where we are at. But we're doing a tremendous job here, and I appreciate everyone's remarks, everyone's hard work here. Jan? Shoot.
Yeah, for me, it's a philosophical thing. I think we're picking up the pace and adding new headcount and adding programs, and I think we need to slow that down. I think the whole idea behind Milton was to have slow, steady growth, but to be able to keep it small. When I look at the M&O initiatives, I see a lot of additional headcount. And my concern with that is once you add a headcount, we never take that headcount away. And so we're building into that base. So the base continues to grow. And God, you look at Fulton County and you see that, and you see what it's ballooned into. And I really don't want to see that happen in Milton. There's a lot of like to haves, but I don't see them all being need to haves. And I don't think taking it back would hurt our services. I think we'd still be allowed to grow, but to me, we need to take it back.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have a few comments.
All right, Councilmember Cookerly?
I think I'm a mid-pointer, and I'd appreciate if you'd hear me out. You know, we've been studying this week after week, and there was a great comment made by this gentleman over here, Mr. Parsons, I think. I might have gotten that right, about listening to the people. And I appreciate your civic involvement, that you showed up, and you've made some excellent points. I've been taking copious notes. But there's also, you know, we're growing quickly, and there's 40,000 other people in the city. And the list of I want has become exponential. And even here tonight, I mean, many of you have brought great initiatives to the city, like our involvement in elections and our ability to take control of that. There's so many things that have been brought forward that are going to be capital intensive one way or the other. And as we look down the road, you know, we can't bet that commercial is going to provide us what we hope that commercial will provide us. You know, there are special interests just in here. Many of you would know that I'm not one that wants to grow the alcohol side of our business. You know, that's not for me. So is an expansion of government really, or are we just providing basic services that people want? Well, I see this gentleman's not happy, but I could go through line item after line item that we have debated whether it's really good for us to do this now, whether it's good. And there are places in the comp plan that we're interested in scaling back. But with the unknowns, I am concerned about a full rollback. You know, we can cherry pick and not like certain things without a full definition and a full understanding of what they are. I don't like the title of Chief Resiliency Officer, and I hate paying for it, okay? But I would hate more not having it. Because,
Excuse me. We have decorum. All right.
Not,
Shh, please stop.
you know, I have one hell of a mind. Do you want to match wit sometime? So that responsibility is to prevent trauma in this city and recovery to trauma. Ask any city, any municipality that has had a shooter, has had a natural disaster, that it takes a tremendous amount of planning to make sure that you're prepared. And that person has to be a leader and coordinate a tremendous amount of people in order to deploy resources appropriately. And it could very well happen in this city. No municipality is exempt. So you can laugh and you can be very unhappy about it, but it's a smart plan. And I would hate to be in this chair if we didn't do something like that. So for those reasons, I'm at the midpoint, and I think that's prudent based on the unknowns. I also think that in the comp plan, there are some things that when we do a prioritization of services, that we can move some things around. That would be my input.
Thank you. Any other council discussion? Okay.
Can I just ask
Sure,
Steve
yeah.
a question?
Go for it.
I agree with what Carol's saying about being prepared for emergencies. Hello, can you hear me now? God is speaking to us. I guess when I suggested personally doing a rollback, the full rollback, that would not compromise any of our existing services and funding, even including the proposed increases that we think we need to do with our first responders to bring us up so that we retain first responders competitive with other people. But I guess from an emergency response, I just want to clarify, Steve, do we have a plan today? Do we have a room? Do we have people in place? If we had an emergency, have we already used that team? I know there's a new position we're looking at, but are we prepared if we have a tornado or something like that? Do we have a plan for that?
So yes, we have general plans for continuity of operations and how we would recover. But to give you an example, we also had a plan when I got here on how to remove snow from the roads, and it involved one plow and a guy on the back of the truck with a shovel. That's not the way to manage a city. We need to be prepared when you're looking at a threat assessment. You need to be prepared for what's the likelihood of an event and what's the impact of that event. So the likelihood of some events, I'm not going to get into specific events because they're horrific events that have happened around the country, but some of those, the likelihood of those events happening here are thankfully pretty small, but the impact is tremendous.
Right.
There are others like storms and things like that, where the likelihood of them occurring here are moderate and the impacts could be moderate to high. And this is how you approach these things. It's everything from weather-related events to mass casualty events, to pandemics, which oddly enough, we were prepared for because we just happened to be doing our COOP planning at the time. And we were planning for the possibility of losing a full building should it go. And we were able to quickly move to be able to work remotely because our plan was based on leaving City Hall and moving down to the Public Safety Center. So we just happened to be well positioned at the time, but we need to grow that position. We need to grow capacity, and make sure as we continue to work towards drilling that. We have one of our weaknesses we have here is the fact that we don't run our schools. Our police officers are not in those schools. So to be able to coordinate those how we approach an event at those schools becomes exponentially harder when you're dealing with other entities, which was not my history. My police officers were in those schools. So it's those types of things I want to make sure that we continue to bridge the gap on. We're going to do it regardless. This is the type of thing that I think that we need somebody focused on more than I can do right now with the resources that I have. And that's what that's about.
Thank you. I think Paul and then Carol.
But Steve, if I heard you correctly this evening, one of the things that you have said out loud is that for the time being, any headcount consideration is parked for the time being until we figure out what's going on with Lost. So in the considerations that I'm making tonight about what is the right number, for the moment, I'm taking that off the table. Because I do think that you and our city leadership and staff have demonstrated a tremendous fiscal responsibility for all the years that we've been a city, as demonstrated by the fact that we have survived some significant events, both weather-related and pandemic-related, where we are in better shape than most other cities in our area. It's with careful consideration that staff prepared these two proposed numbers for us. And although we have the flexibility to go from 0 to 4.7, staff made careful consideration in their proposal to us to look at these two numbers, 4.4 and 4.2. And so I've made careful measure of those as well and gave serious consideration to all the presentations that we've heard. As somebody said earlier this evening, there's not going to be any less demand tomorrow, whatever number we decide on this evening, for the kinds of things that have made us this great city. As a matter of fact, there'll probably be even greater demand tomorrow because somebody new will come here from another city that is 50 years old or 100 years old and has enjoyed a very mature experience of services, parks, paved roads, city paid for gymnasiums, et cetera. And I believe that either one of these numbers, the 4.4 or the 4.2, if I understand them correctly, and then we've had them explained to us multiple ways this evening, we can still deliver a lot of those solutions. It's just a matter of now we're debating how angry are we going to make the community tonight by potentially voting on a rollback that's going to save taxpayer money, but we're not going to make them. They can be less angry if we go further back. We're going to propose at 4.4 a savings, and at 4.2 is an even bigger savings. So what an unusual dilemma to be in. Do I make you sort of mad at 4.2 or really mad at 4.4? when both are savings. So I will.
For those under the homestead exemption.
Yes, exactly. I'm sorry. With the appropriate caveats layered into that. But we have to use those to make those measures. That's what we have to work with. So I think that either choice is a good choice for the city. I would tend to say that in order to ensure that we stay on this path that has created this great city, that I would fall somewhere in the middle.
Thank you, Paul. Carol?
Well, I'm going to call the question. I'm going to test it. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve agenda item number 2.35 with a 4.469 midpoint rollback.
And we need to,
Is that right?
and we have the green space millage rate.
You have to also please say
What?
the green space bond millage rate at, if you approve it, 0.452 mils.
All right, and the green space, where's that written here, Bernadette?
If we
It's
can-
not.
what
Here it
is
is,
it?
4.52.
And the green space millage rate of 0.452. Thank you. Thank you.
I will second the motion. Hold on, I want to make sure I have all this written down first before we
All right, it's
go to
235,
discussion.
4.469.
4.469, and what's the green space?
It is green space
4.52.
0.452.
4,
Okay, yeah, discussion on the motion.
Everybody keeps talking about everything is based on the comp plan and the strategic plan. I participated in some of those, and never once during those discussions that I recall did we say, if you had this much money, would you like to do this? If you had this much money, what would you do? I think if you did those plans and said, but we're going to have to spread them out or limit the amount of dollars available, that people would understand that and spread it out and not think that everything has to be done right away. I think we've gotten into this mode all of a sudden that we've got to be the biggest and the best in everything. We're a great city just as we are. I don't think we need to have the best everything else. To me, what's best about Milton is getting in your car and driving on the rural roads. I mean, that's what you want to keep. And there's no tax, I shouldn't say that. There's less tax dollars involved with that. So I wouldn't use the comp plan or the strategic plan as a reason that we would move the millage rate one way or the other. I think if people knew when they did them that budgets were going to be considered, they would be more understanding. And I think we have to make sure that the public does understand that. You know, you're not going to have X for a while because we don't have those type of budgets. And we're trying to keep our growth at a level that keeps us the way we want it to be when we were founded.
Thank you, Jan. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, actually, let me repeat the motion. I'm sorry. I have a motion to approve agenda item number 235 under unfinished business, which will set the ad valorem tax rate to 4.469 and the green space bond rate to 0.452. Is that good, Ken? Okay. Have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from me. Any other last discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
nay.
Okay, that's 5-2. Tammy? Thank you. Thank you all for coming out. All right, we will move on to new business. Will the city clerk please sound the first item?
Mayor, that first item is consideration of a resolution authorizing the transmittal of a draft capital improvement element, CIE 2022 annual update relating to the city's impact fee program to the Atlanta Regional Commission, ARC, for regional and state review. It's agenda item number 22253. Mr. Robert Buscemi.
Yeah, we've discussed this already. I think it's just ready for a vote.
For a
And if you
vote.
have any questions, Paige Hatley has been sitting here patiently all night. She's our consultant from Ross and Associates. So if you have any particular questions, she'll be more than happy to answer them.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do not, sir.
Okay. Any council questions for Mr. Buscemi? Okay, I will open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve agenda item 22253.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Morg to approve agenda item 22-253. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Bob.
Thanks. Bob.
Okay, will the city clerk please stay on the next item? Well, this one's, do we even need to stay on this item, Ken? We're done with B, right?
We're done.
All right.
Yeah, you don't need to sound it. That's been postponed,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
okay. So, next item, Miss Madam Clerk.
Item E.
Consideration of a resolution to adopt a Vision Zero goal for the city of Milton. It's agenda item number 22256. Our Public Works Director, Ms. Sarah Leaders.
All right, as the presentation's pulling up, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is one of the first action items out of our local road safety plan. So I'll start with what a Vision Zero goal is. It's to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries throughout a community. Part of that is committing to that goal publicly, which is the purpose of the resolution tonight. Including in that is creating a strategy to be able to achieve that goal and demonstrating engagement between city departments and the public. And in the next few slides, I'll highlight the how of how we approach a Vision Zero goal. So why are we doing it? It's aspirational, but we feel like it is attainable through implementation of our recently adopted local road safety plan. Another reason we're looking at doing this now is there's a federal funding opportunity called the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. And we're looking to apply for implementation funding for our local road safety plan. And one of the criteria to apply is becoming a Vision Goal community, a Vision Zero goal community. There's a little bit of information on that grant program. It is set up to fund programs within regional, local, and tribal initiatives to prevent roadway deaths and serious injuries. Again, we're looking to carry out projects in our action plan, and we're looking for implementation grants. This is a criteria I was talking about related to a Vision Zero goal that is highlighted here in this number 1 box. In our strategic plan, we do have a goal related to reducing personal related injuries or fatality crashes. But with the Vision Zero goal, we're looking to create a more near-term goal with a target date. And what we're looking to commit to is to achieve the goal of 0 deaths and serious injuries as a result of crashes on city streets within 10 years by 2032. And again, the resolution is presented publicly. This is a chart that pulled the information from the local road safety plan of accidents over the past 6 years. Our local road safety plan is our strategy to achieving this goal. That is one of the criteria of the Vision Zero goal, is to have a strategy to achieve it. And this slide also shows some of the safety benefits that Federal Highway published for other agencies that have implemented their local road safety plan.
Sarah, may I interrupt just one moment? Could you go back one slide from that? Do we know what the anomaly was in 21 where we were we went from 176 to 104 back up to 132? Do we know what the anomaly was in 21 that made that difference?
The anomaly was 20 and it was COVID.
20. Yep.
Ah, okay.
And I mean that.
Good point.
That came off a little flippant. That's not how I meant that.
No.
20 was
You're right.
a big impact on a lot of rates.
Yep, thank you.
And then this slide just talks about the engagement component of the Vision Zero, that our local road safety plan was heavily involved with both city departments as well as citizens and the public. And so finally, to summarize, these are again the things that are involved in being a Vision Zero community. So we have a clear set goal to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries. Commit to that publicly through this resolution. We have our strategy to achieve the goal with implementing our local road safety plan. We've definitely shown engagement between the city departments as well as the public. And as of just earlier this month, we did a count of how many cities are part of these Vision Zero communities. There's only 53 cities in the United States and only 2 in Georgia. So we look forward to joining that list tonight if you will consider the resolution for a Vision Zero goal. And I'll answer any questions.
You probably drew the best straw coming after a millage rate.
Good point. I'll make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Okay.
The number 22-256.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Johnson to approve agenda item number 22-256. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Sarah, for
Yep,
this
thanks.
very much.
Okay, will City Clerk please stay on the next item?
Approval of a request for a traffic signal on Otto Mill Road, State Route 140 at Green Road. Agenda item number 22-257. Miss Sarah Leaders.
All right, we wanted to bring this item forward. Here we go, the purpose. This is a step forward in a T-SPLOST project. It's not the final approval yet, but it is a positive step forward. The signal permit request hasn't been approved yet by DOT, but this is one of the steps in the process is to complete our application form and keep the permit moving through the process. So this intersection was identified back starting in 2016 as a level 1 priority project. It was funded by the first round of T-SPLOST. In 2018, we first did some traffic counts and signal warrant. It was not approved by DOT. In 2021, we did a contract for some additional modeling and analysis, and then submitted a updated traffic study to DOT in July of 21. We've been in lots of review cycles with them and with DOT and reviewing the traffic as well as the concepts. Earlier this year, we did an additional analysis for another type of intersection improvement to gauge some stakeholder input from the nearby HOAs and presented that to DOT. It was the alternative intersection was not supported by the community, so we used that support as part of the evaluation. And then within the last few weeks, DOT provided us a signal application, and these are the components that are part of that. It's just that we agree to participate in the cost of the signal. We do have this budgeted. It's a T-SPLOST funded project. We just have to install to GDOT standards. We cover the operation cost, and GDOT reserves the right to revoke approval. This is the concept for the traffic signal at this location with some additional turn lane links as well as some sidewalk extensions. So our next steps, we do have to have this application form signed by the city official, the mayor, and then we would provide this to DOT to further advance our permit for review. And then if approved, GDOT will give us a permit and we'll complete our design and bid for construction. Any questions?
One quick, go for it, Rick.
Nope.
Okay,
I was ready to make.
Oh, no, I just have one quick question. I sent this as the raw residents and Waterside because they're pretty much stranded.
Yep.
Resident of Waterside right here. They're pretty much stranded on Green Road. So I know they can revoke this. They were wondering, after this is submitted, what can they do to maybe help put pressure on GDOT to get it approved?
That's a good question.
Is there a contact that I can kind of give them to, or?
Sure. Once we submit this to the district, once we do this application, it moves to the downtown office, which is what we need to happen next. So we can get some contacts with the chief engineer, the traffic management center group that's going to have this permit next.
Might
But-
say show up and knock on a door, maybe. I don't know.
Getting the application will get it out of the district's office, which is where it's been for the last year almost. So this is a great step, moving it to the next level at DOT.
The only comment I have is I know this has been a dangerous intersection for a long, long time. You take your life in your hands trying to pull out. So I applaud you bringing this forward through this whole process. I know it's grueling with GDOT whenever we try to get anything through. So thank you for doing that. And I fully support this.
Thanks.
Paul?
Sarah, at any point during the working with GDOT, do they engage in a conversation about ensuring that traffic light coordination is done so we're not actually adding more delays and creating a traffic backup rather than increasing safety? Do they contemplate that? And if so, great. I would encourage that. If not, I sure would like to see us weigh in on that so that we're not creating with all the successes that we've had in moving traffic through Milton, to not take a step backwards because lights were not timed, where you end up waiting in a new light that wasn't considered in the overall traffic light plan.
Right. Definitely a part of our traffic study was what lights do we need to interconnect, and actually having this one, we've proposed to definitely have it connected to New Providence. And, even every time New Providence change, go ahead and have this one change as well. So you're not creating a double stop. And so people can turn right out of Green Road as well. So we've definitely see the benefit of connecting those, as well as looking at even further north or south on the corridor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Any other discussion? All right, open it for a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve agenda item number 22257.
Second.
Oh, man, that was a hard one. I got a motion from Council Member Morig and a second from Councilman Jacobus to approve agenda item number 22-257. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thanks, Sarah. Will the city clerk please say on the next item?
Mayor, it's the item of approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Milton and the City of Roswell for intersection improvements along Cox Road. It is agenda item number 22258. Sarah Leaders.
All right, last one. This is another exciting project. This is actually using T-Splosh 2 money. So on the, jumping ahead here on the background information. So Milton and Roswell actually both identified 2 intersections on Cox Road on the T-Splosh 2 referendum. And those were at the intersections of Cox and King and Cox and Etris Ebenezer. So those 2 locations, well, let me show the map first. Some of the approaches do have Roswell properties. So these 2 made sense from being close to these city limit boundaries. And again, we both put these projects on our T-Splosh 2 list. And so this agreement is to set the criteria for how the funding is shared on these projects. So one other thing to point out is any design work beyond these 2, the city's also looking, Milton's looking at some other improvements along Cox Road, whether it's access management near the athletic complex, or looking at how improvements will impact the State Route 140 and Cox Road intersection. So we have those 2 that we will look at, study together, but those 2 would just be funded by Milton. So we're just talking about the 2 that are shared with Roswell as part of this cost sharing agreement.
Sarah, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So the entrance and departure from the Cox Road Athletic Complex is a part of this or is not a part of this?
It's not a part of the IGA, but it's part of our project is just called Cox Road Improvements.
Okay.
So we plan to look at additional improvements
need,
beyond.
and I went the other day, probably, it was midday, it's probably 12 or 1 o'clock. I'd been here for something. And I drove to the new Cox Road complex. And at midday, I was just trying to turn left off of Arnold Mill and then try to go immediately into the new sports complex. It was impossible.
It's terrible.
You couldn't turn left into the complex. You'd be holding up traffic, you're creating a problem. And so I went down the road and turned around at the golf course or the golf driving range. And then it was, free sailing to get into the complex when I was coming from that direction. But then again, departure, thank goodness I was going to go right again. There was no way to enter anything other than going right because the traffic backup, even midday, was probably 7 or 8 cars deep. And there was going to be no other, unless somebody gave you the right of way, gave you the applause. There's no way. So we've got to take a hard look at that, especially as I look at how we'll be significantly elevating the use of those fields when they're the wonderful outcome we're about to have available to us.
Yeah, we intend to have the same consultant do the studies on all the intersections so they can see how they work together. But the cost shares, like I said, only related to the two that Roswell has a piece of.
Great, thanks.
So the details of the IGA include 25% of design costs that Roswell would cover, 100% of the right-of-way costs. So we would each acquire the right-of-way needed within our city limits. So the parcels that are in Roswell, they would acquire the right-of-way for. And then the construction would be a 25% contribution from Roswell. And their set cap is not to exceed $1 million contribution between the two intersections. The Milton will be the lead on the project and responsible for the remainder funding as well as anything else we want to look at along Cox Road. We will, concepts will look at both our strategic plans, the Milton Local Road Safety Plan. We'll do public outreach like we typically do for in-person and survey opportunities to get feedback on proposals. And like I said, some adjacent intersections will be looked at, but only the two intersections are part of the IGA. I jumped to this earlier, but this just shows how the Cox Road is entirely in Milton until you get to King, and then it switches into Roswell. And then the darker brown parcels are Milton parcels. So you can see the south side of the parcels along Etris would be, any right-of-way needed on those would be acquired by Roswell, as well as the one leg of Cox just past King. Our next steps, if Roswell actually did go ahead and approve this IGA at their council meeting on August 8th. So we've got consideration of the approval of the IGA tonight on our agenda. Once this is approved, we're prepared to begin selecting a consultant to help us with concept design and then future design work as well. So be looking for that on a future council meeting. And then the steps would be concept design, then we'd go through public involvement, which is the community meeting survey. Then we'd do full design, right-of-way, and construction.
Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick question. So our portion of the construction costs and everything, we can fund this from T-Splosh. We just can't do the additional intersection analysis outside of that with T-Splosh funds, correct?
I believe we set aside $5 million for Cox Road improvements, and Roswell set aside the $1 million.
Okay.
Now it's all within a funding category bucket of T-Splosh, so there is still some room to say, well, the Cox Road at 140 is an operational improvement. So we do have other funding sources through T-Splosh, but the idea was that, we estimated these would be somewhere in the 2 million range a piece. So if we put the 4 million towards the two that are identified in the IGA, Roswell puts the 1 million, and then we still have 2 million more left. But again, that number is just part of a pot of operational money that's identified in T-Splosh. So we have flexibility also.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll open it for a motion.
Make a motion that we approve agenda item number 22258.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Cookerly to approve agenda item 22-258. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Is that a trifecta for you tonight?
That was it.
Nice. Thank you. Will the city clerk please say on the next item?
Mayor, that next item is consideration of final plats. The name of the development is Milton Towns at Branyon Trail and Heritage Walk. It's land lot 1136, District 2, Section 2. It is a final plat. It's 14 residential parcels and 3 additional parcels with a total of 3.58 acres. 5 existing mixed-use buildings containing 6 residential lofts and 12,846 square foot of non-residential area. It's 14 townhome units with 0.39 acres of common area and 1.08 acres of drive. It is agenda item number 22259. Our community zoning manager, Miss Robin McDonald.
Bernadette. Close. Bernadette.
I'm getting tired.
Thank you.
I think that's one back for council.
Oh, man. Got me back on my voice.
Lost one.
I'm her favorite. Sorry, Robin.
Ken, please. Well, you used to be my favorite. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Well, usually
I'm
it's
sorry.
Tracy up here anyway.
I
so-
know. What is she thinking?
I know.
Miss Sick at
decided not to
home.
come tonight. Yes,
She is.
Yes.
She got the bug.
Yeah, she's got the bug. So I'm pinch hitting for her tonight. So,
Thank you.
Anyway, this is a location map of the final plat just to the west of City Hall right here. I'll just go into some explanation about what this entails. So we have this area of the Crabapple Market. It contains not just the 14 proposed townhomes, fee simple townhomes, but it also includes the mixed use buildings, LMNOP, and there's QRSTUVWXYZ somewhere else. But anyway, I'm so sorry. And just want to note here, because I don't think everybody or people realize that in buildings N, O, and P, there are 6 residential units on top of 2 residences each, for a total of 6, as well as the 12,846 square feet of non-residential between L through P. And then over here, we have the 14 townhomes that are fee simple, 0.39 a common area, as well as the drive of 1.08. I also want to note that within the townhomes, they're pretty beefy, and they have a 3-car garage with a tandem parking per unit. So I just wanted to make that note, as well as I believe there's later in this presentation, we'll have some more information on, there's quite a few on-street parking. Again, 14 units. Oh yeah, there it is. 43 parking spaces in the area right here to serve both the townhome guests as well as any other consumers that want to be able to visit the various buildings, as well as we have the parking deck across the street. So here are elevations that have been approved by the Design Review Board. So here's a 5-plex, which meets the Crabapple Form-Based Code and architecture. There's the front that faces the green or the open space. These are the left and right side elevations from the outside. This is the rear elevation where you have the garage and then the 2 stories as well as the top as well, which meets the code for the 3 stories because it doesn't include the basement sub-level as well as the top level. Based on the submitted drawings and supplemental information, this final plat meets the requirements of the applicable city codes as they pertain to development of this property. The applicant and his engineer are present, so if you have any more specific questions, they would be happy to answer them. So, or if you have questions for myself.
Thank you. Real quick, do we have a public comment, Tammy?
We have Mr. Barnes here and Mr. Rowe. Would you both like to make a comment?
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Robin? Paul?
Just one. Robin, on the rendering of the townhomes on the backside where it shows the garage.
Yeah.
You commented it was 3-car garages. Is this depicted as 2-car with 1 bay deeper? Is that how that's being accomplished, or will they actually be 3-car abreast? Or is it
So I think it's
two?
a tandem, so you have 2 and then just 1.
2 and 1. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what you meant by the tandem.
Right, I
Okay,
believe it's.
I misunderstood that. I thought the tandem was something outside. It's inside.
No, it's within the structure.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve agenda item number 22-259.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Morick. I'll give the second to Councilmember Johnson to approve agenda item number 22-259. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. So will the city clerk please sound the added new business item?
Mayor, that first added new business item is a resolution granting special counsel authority to enter into a joint defense agreement with the City of Atlanta and the City of Sandy Springs to file legal actions on the city's behalf as necessary to accomplish the purpose of securing a distribution of lost and for other purposes. It's agenda item number 22261. Our city attorney, Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much. This was added on a time-sensitive basis. This resolution was not on the published agenda because we just got it. And so we've been doing what we can do to act quickly. With respect to this, you'll even note that there are blanks on there. I will submit to you that the final version, if you approve this, will obviously have all of those blanks completed. Bottom line, we're in the middle of this loss negotiation between the cities in Fulton County and Fulton County proper. A lot of discussion about loss tonight. I will tell you it is a perilous time to try to set a budget while you're otherwise negotiating your loss split for the next decade. That is very challenging. You also know one of the state laws that's been modified that there's no more litigation to resolve lost issues. You either get it resolved by way of informal negotiation, arbitration, mediation, or it ends. Ends by December 31st of 2022, then it can only be revived by way of a referendum with the people voting to reinstate the tax. Obviously, there's a lot of emphasis to get this resolved. Here's the thing. All this resolution does is it allows our special counsel, Andy Welch, is the attorney that's been retained to represent Milton and other cities, to provide a coordinated, unified front. It allows him to work with Sandy Springs and the city of Atlanta, who have their own independent counsel, to share information and that be mutually protected under the attorney-client and a joint defense privilege. It authorizes Mr. Welch to bring litigation. I won't get into the details of litigation. I will tell you, I'm not backtracking. There's no more litigation to resolve lost, but there might be some ancillary litigation that your special counsel feels like he needs to bring to clarify lost issues. We would be authorizing that. We would pay our pro rata percentage of the overall total, just like you approved in your prior resolution on this. It also authorizes your special counsel to select a mediator and/or arbitration panel to resolve these issues. It is my recommendation that you approve this resolution. We got a short window here, and there's a lot of work to do.
Ask a question. How many payers would there be?
That's a good question. It's all the municipalities in Fulton County except Sandy Springs.
So we're
and,
talking about 13.
We're talking
So
about,
it is
So our bills
everybody
would be
else.
negligible.
Yeah.
we're in
our
good
bills would
company.
be negligible.
It's small.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Ken? He explained it very, very well.
I'm ready to
I'll open
vote.
it for a motion.
If I can find it on here, I'll make one.
I'll make it. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 22-261.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from myself and a second from Councilmember Moore to approve agenda item number 22-261. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, will the city clerk please sound the moved consent agenda item?
Mayor, that moved item is approval of a change order number 1 between the City of Milton and Cooper and Company General Contractors, Inc. for the inclusion of a metal roof to the construction services agreement of Milton Fire Station number 42. It is agenda item number 22449. It was a consent agenda item moved to new business. And our community director, our community development director, Mr. Robert Buscemi.
And mark that down as another one. Just kidding. Okay. So, Mayor, Council, tonight before you is a request for a approval of a change order to Fire Station 42 for the inclusion of a metal roof in lieu of the asphalt shingle roof. Let me give you a little history of the whole project in 30 seconds or less. The original design included a metal galvanized roof. We received several bids. The project was hard bid with utilization of an ITB, which is just hard bid, put it out there. The cost proposals all came in over budget. By approximately, the lowest bid was about $750,000 over the budget. Staff went ahead and performed several value engineering exercises, like we always do on every project, to sort of bring it back into budget. One of those items in the VE analysis was to delete the metal galvanized roof and install an asphalt shingle roof. So we looked at that, and we did get the project back to within budget limits. There were other items that we included. We had a fireplace in the middle, which we got rid of. There was several things that we did structurally. We changed the building. We did everything that we thought would not totally compromise the programming of the fire department. I also want to bring up that the original budget was really developed several years ago when we did Bell Memorial Park. That's when we said, okay, we're going to go out for some financing, and we're going to include that money in that financing. So now we jump forward several years, and all of a sudden we have inflation and all these other pressures placed on our budget. But we did work very hard. I do want to give this council the commitment that we work, as we always do, very hard in trying to get every project to within the original budget limitations of what the city has. And one of those was the substitution of the roof from metal to asphalt. Now, fire staff has come back to me and said, gee, Bob, this is a state-of-the-art facility, and it's an iconic structure within the city. And we have our branding that we look at, and every city building that I've designed has a metal roof on it. And here we are, did we make the right choice by going back to an asphalt shingle roof, just really to try to save the money on a budget that was developed several years ago? And I really looked at it and said, you're kind of right. I mean, we are going back on our brand. We're also going back on our life cycle analysis. So when you look at it, maybe there's a cheaper initial cost, but then, does it last as long as it would if it was a metal roof? I will say that the life cycle of an asphalt roof is half of, maybe even less than that. But on paper, it would be half of what a metal roof would be. And as you can see with budgets, we build these buildings. City Hall is several years old, and it's been holding up well. I mean, when you really think of it, when you look at the budgets, we don't have a whole lot of money year over year on maintaining, our building. And other cities have come to me and said, Bob, we've spent a ton of money building our structures, and then we got to sit here and start financing, 2-3 years later, the reconstruction of those buildings. And your buildings are kind of holding up. We did Broadwell Pavilion, and it's just been aging very nicely. It's sitting out there, and it's just holding. I mean, when you don't see anything in the budget to restore those buildings and to keep maintaining them. So it's kind of something where, as a staff, we're proud of, because we build buildings and we really look at them as a 50-year structure. And in this particular case, we did really work hard to get it back into a budget that I think was really kind of, developed early on and didn't really reflect 2022 pricing. But we did it anyway, and we did put it in, and now fire staff, and they're here tonight, looked at it and said, gee, Bob, this is one of our iconic structures, and you've done a great job with it, and why are we compromising putting in an asphalt shingle roof that's just going to require repair sooner than we think, and it's not going to look like any of our other brand. And I said, you know what, you're right. So I went back to the contractor, and we originally had $167,000 set aside for that roof. And I started to negotiate with the contractor, and we just kept negotiating back and forth, and keep telling them that I want it, but we don't have the money and whatnot. So we ended up at $116,000 without the markup. So when you do the markup, the price did come up to a total of $129,000. That's including his markup, his bonds and insurances and things like that, overhead and profit. So I still think we got it for a really good price. We got it for $129 versus the original $167. So I still got them down. We sort of VE'd the original price of it, but it's still $129,000. It would be change order one, because we have no other change orders, that it would be in there. And so I just think it was worth looking at. It's worth implementing, because I think it's going to give us what we really need as a Milton standard and a Milton quality of what we're doing. And Bernadette, did you want to touch on how the finance would go on it?
Certainly, there's a couple of options we can look at to fund this should council approve it. One option we have is that through the ARPA funding, we were able to identify 2 fire vehicles that were budgeted that can now be covered with ARPA funding. So we can release those funds from the vehicle reserve line item and move them over to fund the roof. Or we can look at any potential overages, savings from spending or overages from revenues to be able to put towards that.
Rick and Jan?
Bob, I understand what you're saying about life cycle. If we had to, today's dollars, if we had to re-roof that with asphalt in 15 years, 20 years, today, what's the cost to redo that roof?
Right now, I'd say that roof is, if I had to re-roof that building, it would probably be about $60,000 to $70,000.
Okay.
What is, so the lifespan on most quality shingles is about 20 plus years, correct?
Well, they say it's a 20-year roof, but I'd give you about 15 years, and you're seeing that roof going. You're going to have to re-roof it.
And what is, so I see you brought backup here. So what is the difference in the fire rating of the shingles that would go on the roof of the firehouse versus the metal?
The fire rating?
No, so there's a fire rating for the shingles, I'm sure. That, so part of what you're selling is that the steel roof, metal roof would last longer, wouldn't burn. I assume that's part of it.
Yeah, I don't believe fire rating is the debate here. We're talking about a building that was initially designed by the architect we hired to have that standing seam metal roof on it, which is the benefit is the durability, the low maintenance of the roof. That site is heavily shaded. We're already having trouble with dirt drying out to get the proper compaction. I fear with an asphalt shingle, 5 years down the road, we're going to have the mildew streak showing up on that roof. And I think Bob said it best. Every other structure we've built as Milton proper, we have put a standing seam galvalume metal roof on it. And that's the Milton look. That's the brand. So I don't think we're talking about fire rating. We're talking about the intended appearance of that building and the durability of that roof and the ease of maintenance of that roof.
Could we get back to the money? I lost track. Okay, so you had budgeted what and how much is the roof and what's the differential and what's the ask?
Okay, well, right now the ask is for 129,190.72 cents.
Okay, but we had money in the budget for a roof, so how much was that?
What did you
Well-
have in the budget for the asphalt roof?
Well, what happened is I got, it was 167,000
Mm-hmm.
in the original budget. And then that, I got a full credit on that
Okay,
to the asphalt shingle. So I
Okay.
went from metal to asphalt shingle with a savings of 167,000. And that's part of the value engineering analysis that we did.
okay, so
That's
is this
not
a net savings to go to
Well,
metal?
No, now I'm putting it back in.
Right,
But I'm not putting it back in. I negotiated with the contractor. I said, look, I'm not putting it back in at full price of what your original bid was.
okay,
So I negotiated him back down to 116 plus the overhead.
okay, but we were gonna buy asphalt for how much?
Well, the asphalt would then be included in the original price, so that's.
Okay, so
that's
this is,
included.
this
This
is,
is, the savings was 167,000 on the value engineering.
So I guess, I don't know if I have the same question you do, but we had asphalt in the budget.
No, we had. the
We
metal
had no
roof.
roof in the budget.
We had the metal roof was in the original design.
I got that. Where we're at today,
Yes.
today, the contract price, we have a price to build the building with asphalt shingles.
That's correct.
What's the
That's
cost of those asphalt shingles?
It's included in the price of the project.
okay,
So they're not taking that dollars out. So we're still paying the cost of the asphalt plus an additional 129. So it's more like the steel roof is going to cost us 189 or more.
Well, no, that's why I negotiated them back down to 116. As I said, look, you got to give me credit on the asphalt, then you got to get it a little cheaper.
okay, so what was the credit on the asphalt?
The credit on the asphalt was around $40,000.
Okay,
So the metal roof, it's going to
Got
cost
it.
$128,000
now I understand. Okay. So.
over budget or whatever. Okay, got it.
And like, look, it's
Got it.
a bit of a sticky wicket based on the conversation we had tonight.
Right.
But I will say this, on my property, on the barn, 20 years, seamless metal roof, no problems. New house, 5 years later, a bad storm, some shingles flew off, spent $6,000 having to, so. mean,
And I know
hear
what's
ya.
going to happen.
I hear you.
And also, I understand the aesthetics, and I know if we drive, as soon as that shingle roof goes on, when residents drive by, I already know what's going to happen. So, thank you.
I mean,
Any other questions for,
No.
questions?
Would-
All right.
Mr. City Manager, how would you weigh in? Was this just be a pay-as-you-go change order kind of thing?
COVID funds?
We would finance it exactly how Bernadette I would recommend. We're going
Okay.
to be able to offset those funds on future capital that we had allocated, and we would just replace those with ARPA funds.
So if I were to support this, I'll just tell you, and no, tonight is just not an aesthetic thing with me. It's about kicking the can down the road, because your earlier point about not having a lot of money for maintenance, I mean, that was an excellent point you made, because in all of our budget discussions that we have year after year, that is so minimal about what we talk about, and it is to great building materials. So I'm not trying to be a spendthrift, but I think this probably has merit from my own point of view.
All right, any more council discussion? Other than that, I'll open it for a motion.
Does it keep the same agenda item number?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, it does, 249.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve agenda item number 22-249 for the approval of the change order to accommodate the metal roof.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Johnson to approve agenda item number 22-249. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you
That's
very much.
unanimous. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Bob.
It's now known as the Mark Stevens Memorial Roof.
Memorial.
Don't kill him.
Whoa!
Because it was his last
Frowned a little
official.
So we will, no mayor and council reports. Only thing I'll tell lost meeting. By the way, Steve, it's Friday at 10.
Yeah.
We're going to have to move that meeting. So I'll update council as best I can right after that. So with that, council want to report on anything? We'll move on to executive session. Do I have a motion to adjourn to executive session?
Second.
to discuss land acquisition, personnel, and potential litigation.
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
You're gonna have to look at the tape. I'm sorry. I don't know. It was one of the, I don't know. It was, they were all fired. Tammy's not happy. I'm sorry.
It was
You're
a-
weak.
It was,
You're weak.
it was a
It
more.
was, I'm getting fired from all directions. It's all good.
Oh, that's fine. It was a tie for.
Yeah. It's worth sticking with.
And Matilda's?
Wrote this down as a question. Just-
You got it without me, baby.
Night tonight, man. I'm gonna hurt tomorrow. Hold on, one second.
Motion to reconvene.
All right, I have a motion from Moore to reconvene.
Second.
A second from Jacobus. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, I have a motion to adjourn.
Make my turn.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Jacobus, second from Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Good night.
Okay, good night.
See you on the 7th.
Take care.